Welcome, welcome, welcome. I believe I am live. I will verify that. Just give me a second. I am live. Who will be the first one in the chat? Let's see. Let's see if I get anyone coming in. I know this is a day off and this is the first day of September and it's a sunny day outside. Oh, hey buddy. Thank you for coming. I didn't expect you to see you here. I'm very happy to see you here. So, I forgot to turn on the background music. Give me a second. I decided last minute to do my live stream starting earlier today. I know being last minute is going to be a slower start, but I'm okay with it. As this... Okay, now I'm going to do some music feedback. I don't want that. Give me a second. I'm going to fix that. Nope, that's not the plug wire. Where did I put that plug? Here it is. There you go. I'm gonna plug this in and it's gonna stop feeding music back. Alright, there you go. So, thank you for coming. I am terrible with names, so if you don't mind reminding me your first name, so I can, unless you prefer to go by Go Via or Go Home, or Geo. Hi, bonne fête du travail also. So, yeah, this stream is going to be a quieter, chiller stream right before starting, which, hi Chris, sorry, just to let you know, if I forget, it's not because I don't like to watch your stuff, it's simply because I'm bad with names, and that's a general thing. So, don't mind me if I don't say Chris later tonight or another day. It has nothing to do with you. So, as I was saying, right before the start of the stream, I was trying to do some wiring. I was hoping I'd be done before, but at least all the noisy parts are done, which is drilling. My current station, I guess. No, I'm not gonna forget yours. Being my mother-in-law and all, I can't really forget that. I'm not allowed to forget it. So, as I was saying, this section is my first yard that is not complete because I don't have enough track, but that's gonna come soon. I'm trying to wire in the switches because I'm not permanently powering them, since I'm also running DC and I want to be able to turn off the parking so that the DC trains don't start when I'm using them. I already have the switch panel right beside me. I just want to control them, so they're already insulated. I just need to put in the wires on the track. What I've done so far is the feeder wires are soldered to the track. They're passed through the table. I just need to take my longer, higher gauge cable, go from my switch to those wires and solder that together. So what I'm gonna do to so that the stream is enjoyable, even though I might not be on screen for a little time because I need to go under the table to solder those in, is I'm gonna run a train. Now, Chris, being the first one in, I was wondering, would you prefer my Via Rail, which is a non-prototypical consist with a P42 DC engine and 4 stainless steel cars, or do you prefer my rotary snowplow? Both are two very good options in my opinion. Both are DCC. One has sound, which we will hear because I'm leaving the mic on. The other one doesn't, but is a cool rotary snowplow that has a motor in it. Via 100%. Alright, figured with your name, but I wanted to give you the option first. And let's power the track. It's coming on. I'm going to turn the mic around so you're not going to hear me as much to hear the train better. And we're going to enjoy this train. I lowered the volume on it because I thought it was too loud. It's a Tsunami 2 decoder in it, which sounds great, being my only sound decoder, so I don't know any better. I didn't like the factory setup in it. It made the speaker screech a bit because it had too much reverb, so the speaker was fighting itself, and the volume was at 200% for half of the stuff. Not a fan of that. I lowered the volume, removed all the reverb. I find the sound a lot clearer that way, but it's not as loud, which when you're alone in your basement, that's fine, but when you're trying to do a stream, maybe you want to hear it better. I'd have to reprogram it, but I think we're going to keep it as is. So let's take a lap or two. So I'm realizing now that some cameras are frozen for whatever reason. One of them has a very low frame rate, which shouldn't, and the other one is completely frozen. I will fix that before working on the layout. It was fine earlier, so I'm not sure what happened. Oh, this one, that's the problem. There you go. Settings were wrong on the camera. This one should not have issues. Motion JPEG. 720p, and it works fine now. Alright, so I'll be hidden under the track for a few minutes. It's really not going to be long. It's just soldering and putting 2 heat shrinks on. A very quick job. Then I'll be able to pass the wire through the pre-drilled holes here. Actually, I'm going to pass them... No, I'm not going to pass them through because I want them attached together. I'm going to pass them through the pre-drill hole, and you'll see me while I install it right there. So I'll be back in a few minutes. I do have the wiring. So, this is the perfect length. Actually, it's too long, but I'd rather too long than too short. Alright, let's get some heat shrinks. So, I know my VRL is not going super fast, but have you, other than the business class between Quebec and Toronto, most VRLs doesn't go fast, so I figured that was a little bit more realistic. The mountain, as you can see, is far from finished. I'm very happy with the shape it has and what I've done so far. Unfortunately, I had to, well, unfortunately, that's just how it goes. You've been building lots of layouts, so you know how everything needs multiple steps and how it takes time, the drawing time and everything. I needed to stop for the drawing time yesterday because I filmed Saturday, dried it, let it dry overnight, finished the video, finished filming my mountain video on Sunday, edited Sunday night, uploaded it for this morning, and now we have a mountain. I really wanted to finish editing and uploading before we started the stream because while the mountain is a nice surprise, and I understand that some people enjoy the will you be getting a charger set? If money allows. I've been looking at it and I really want one. 4 cars plus the engine comes up to $1,000 with shipping, as you know you're in Canada as well. I don't have that $1,000 to drop on the charger set right now. If I could, I would. I absolutely would. I love the new charger design. VIA really did in my opinion, I think VIA did a great job with the paint scheme on that one. Plus, the chargers just look good in my opinion. They're sleek. They're what did they use? Streamlined. They're very sleek and streamlined, which I do enjoy. I really enjoy passenger trains. I have a particular affection for Via Rail, being that I grew up riding Via Rail. That's the only reason. I really like the paint colors, the paint schemes. I have 3 Via engine in HO scale and I think 3 in N scale as well. I'd have to recount. I really want a P42 in N scale because Kato did some VRL recently I was hoping Utter Valley would get some. I haven't seen them. If they do have them, I'm gonna get one. Uh, that's a non-negotiable. But and I do have a Rapido F40PH, and I did place a pre-order on the second one for the second release. I don't think I'll ever get the Canadian. While I love that train from Rapido, the cars and end scales are really, really finicky, and they're, because it was a limited run, they're super expensive used. They were $650 new, and now you can't find them under $1,200. I refuse to pay that. Do you mind me asking if you're in Quebec or Ontario? Neither. No problem asking. I'm in northern New Brunswick, making it a little further. I have to ship everything. There's a new hobby shop in Moncton that just opened, but he mostly deals in used, and for the used stuff, I love that shop. But for new stuff, OVR is the place to go because it's much cheaper. Kingston Locomotive Works has great prices and slightly cheaper shipping. So, and sometimes I order from Alberta because I just need big pieces, but not too big, but big pieces, but a small order. And for anything over $80, it's free shipping as long as it's not too big or too heavy. So I order from Hobby Wholesale in Alberta sometimes. But yeah, I'm in New Brunswick, northern New Brunswick. I wish I'd be closer. I'd love to meet you guys, like you, Denny, Dave, Scott, also Sparky, the meet and greet. I wish I could have gone. There's James from Dundas Junction, who's also very nice. I wish I could meet you all, but unfortunately, that's a 20 to 24 hour, if you includes the stop, without sleeping drive. Because getting to Montreal from here, with the stops, it's 10 hours, plus the, Montreal to Ottawa is a few hours as well. And with the stops and everything, that's a full 24-hour trip. So unfortunately, I wish, but I cannot just go on a whim on a weekend. Plus with work, it's getting a little hard to do. So I'll go hide for a few minutes, and I'll be right back. And if you think of anything you want to say, just drop it in the chat. I'll read it as soon as I'm back. I just need to do this. Alright, I'm back. Sorry for the delays, folks. I have the wires soldered in. Alright, who came? Oh, a lot of people came in. Wow. Me disappearing really brought in people, so I guess I'm not going to show up my face too often. Hi, Darren. Canadian Locomotive Logistics. Hi, James. Like this. So nice to hear that it's also nice in Ontario. It's a gorgeous day today. I was actually mowing the lawn a bit before coming in on stream. So hi Kevin as well. Glad to see you all here. So so that everyone's up to date, what I've been doing right now, I don't know how many of you saw. I know some of you saw my latest video on YouTube. I built a mountain in the back that I'm very happy with that has a tunnel and a gorge, or a crack, or a cut, depending on how you want to name it. I also, as you saw, cleaned up my table where there's only a few trains and a few pieces on. I'm trying to organize more of my stuff so it looks more presentable on stream. This has helped me plan out what I want to do with the layout. I'm very happy about that. The reason I wasn't on screen while you guys all came in, which thank you for coming, is where my CP rail engine and F7 and two FBs, F7Bs and the rotary snowplow is. That track was insulated out of the rest of the loop, so I can turn it off when I'm using DC. But it was never wired in. The other one technically isn't either, but I didn't work on that one. I decided to wire in this one today. I was under the table to put to connect my what is it called, the cable you put on the direct on the rails. Anyways, the feeder wires through the table. I was soldering those to my bus wires, which are coming up to here. I need to, here you can't see it right now, but to my switch panel that's right beside my laptop. What I'm gonna do next, since I have the bus wire set up, is put it through the pre-drilled wires that I've drilled. I might have to drill one size up, not sure, we'll see. Once that is done, I'll just screw in on the control panel the on-off switch, so that we have a functioning track when I want it to be functioning. And I know a lot of people told me you don't need to do this with DCC, and yes, I'm heading mostly towards DCC, so that would be true. My logic behind this is I still want a DC setup connected through my my double throw double pole switch, so that I can run DC for the few engines that I don't plan to convert, or simply to turn off these engines. I know most of the power that that is being used is by the motor, but the light still takes some, and if there's a short that fries a few things, having the track off, like without any power going to it, it can save the decoders in those engines. So that's my logic behind it, to save some power when it's off on DCC, and to save the decoders if there's a short that kills some stuff. Nobody wants shorts, but it happens sometimes. So I try to avoid as much damage as possible when they do happen. It's not if, it's when. So that's why I'm placing them putting switches on my sidings. Plus, as I said, I still do plan to run DC, and I want to be able to put my trains away without lifting off the table, because that's when you do the most damage. It's putting them off and on. That way, I'm gonna be thinking of it that way, being able to put all my engines in a siding that can be turned off. It will save my engines from getting DC power when they have decoders, or the other way around, saving them from getting DCC when they're DC engines. That was the idea behind having a switch on off for that track. Now I will pull in the wire through where I need it. So it's gonna go in the back there. I know I'm close to the camera, but I'm not trying to do close-ups. I'm just trying to get my wire at the right spot. So this would be the length I need. I have a little bit extra. Let's cut this. Keep the excess because it's always useful. Let's see if these wires fit through. I'm pretty, yep, perfectly sized. Alright, let's, I might go away for another second so I can just pass the wires through the hole because they're small and I don't see what I'm doing. There you go. So the issue right now was actually not the cameras themselves. My USB controller that sends, well, that receives the image for the upper camera, upper left, that has froze again, and the other camera. Come on, come back. There you go. All right. So the issue here is not the cameras themselves. My USB controller, which is a USB 3.0 that I needed, but it would need external power, which it doesn't have. I need to get a better USB splitter that has external power for the cameras, because they're all USB 3.0s, which is what you need for multiple cameras. Even though the cameras are USB 2.0, knowing that multiple cameras are going to go through a 3.0 is going to do great. The problem is, since this one doesn't have external power source, the cameras don't get, sometimes just dip in power and they turn off and they freeze, so that's what happened. I'm going to order a better USB splitter like this very soon. It's going to fix that issue. I'm going to actually order two, one for each side of the layout, and both are going to have external power so that I don't get this issue. But until then, we're going to work with what we have. I'm a big believer in working with what you have before buying. That's actually why I did the papier-mâché mountain. Not because other stuff isn't good. It's actually a great way to build mountains. But papier-mâché is all stuff I already had at home. So it was a cheaper alternative that can still have a great result if you take your time and do it properly. Alright, so it has been wired, and to prove that the wire works, if you look at the F7 right now, the lights are off, and you can barely see the difference on camera. Wait, I'm gonna turn off my lights so that you can see it, but it works. Alright, so right now the F7 has no headlights, and now it does. So it works. Alright. One thing done. I'm not going to do too much wiring today. If we're doing something, we're going to do some DCC conversions. Yes, live. No, it's never the greatest idea, but I do think I can do something decent. I did get some more decoders. It was on my Mail Call Monday released on the Sunday. That, oh, it froze again. Come on. I saw it froze in front of me. Let's see if it comes back. Yep, it came back. Let's make sure nothing else froze. But there's nothing. Alright, so that one works, that one works. Alright, we're good. Nice. Let's not touch anything anymore. Alright, so I'm glad to report that this works. Because of that, we're going to celebrate the function. When I say this work, I mean, oh, sorry, I need to go back because I just thought out loud. Alright, so I'm very happy that the siding is now powered and on a switch. To celebrate that, we're gonna do a little bit of switching, which is just playing with the sighting. We're gonna pull out the F7 consist with the rotary snowplow, and then send the V-rail in there to park it for right now. I understand that we have Chris here that is very much of a fan of the V-rail, and it's one of the fan favorites, not just him. A lot of people like it. I just want to enjoy both the sighting and the new rotary snowplow because I think it looks great. Hi Paul, nope, this is not a racetrack, so unfortunately this won't go much faster. I could crank it a little higher, but even if I put it at 100%, I limited the speed to much slower. So we will stop that train, take the F units out, and then send the VIA there, and bring it, and then we'll switch it back again. So we're gonna stop the VIA rail beside the CP rail consist, and then we will grab the F7. We will turn on the F7s. So let's slow her down. We're gonna stop it on the right there. Perfect. So that's parked there. Now we're gonna flip the turnout here. Turn on the track for the F7 consist. Let's pull it out. So for I have yo, that's cool, Paul. That's nice. So for people who aren't aware, this consist that I'm currently pulling out, the F7 consist, that is, there's two powered units on there, the F7A and the black F7B. The orange F7B is an unpowered unit, and the rotary snowplow, while it has pickup and power, is to spin the rotor at the front, as you can see right now. It's not a powered unit, as in it can't pull anything. They're both the F7A, F7B and black are DCC, two different decoders. I was able to work around with them and speed match them the way I wanted, so now they worked very well together. I've consisted them on my controller. Also, for those who don't know, that F7A is from an Athearn Ready to Roll kit that released a few years back. I got it for sale for super cheap at a train show. While the headlight was working, the marker lights on each side were not a thing. I drilled the holes and found some diodes that had two colors, white and red. You don't see the red as well on camera as in person, but it definitely is there. So I find it a lot more enjoyable. And the headlight, while it looks like it's shining right now on camera, it's just light bleed from the red LEDs. It's not actually on. I'm okay with it. I still find it very enjoyable. I just wanted to I just really wanted some lights because I find lights on model trains very enjoyable, and they bring up a lot of life, especially when your scenery is complete and you do a night scene. Having the train shine on the buildings and the scenery around, I think looks great. So that's why I'm doing this. I understand some people aren't as keen on it, especially the light bleed around. That's something I need to address later. I just really wanted to I just wanted to make sure I could make it work, which I did. And they really added to life. Also, I really wanted the red marker lights there because when I was reversing, the headlight was going off and I had no sign of life other than it moving. Now the red LEDs indicates that yes, the engine is on and is getting power, it's just not moving. So are you going to do a whole theme with street lights and all? Absolutely. This is going to take years to get there, but I will absolutely do street lights, interior lights on both passenger cars and buildings. I want some lights on the cars. I have slot cars that are off the table right now, but will be placed in when I find a suitable track that I enjoy. They do have lights. I've added lights to them prior to this, and I will continue enjoying them. I also have a bunch of Hot Wheels and that I have a plan for, which is getting a not underground, the above ground parking lots where it's just like a building with multiple stories of parking lots. I want to put lights on that building to shine on the cars, and maybe underglow lights on the cars just for fun. These are my plans, but yes, I will absolutely add lights at everything I can do. And yes, that means street poles, railroad crossing with lights, the whole 9 yards. I really think they bring life to the layout, and that's why I want them. Oh, derailment. I'm not done setting up that part, so the track isn't perfect. This is the first time that it's been rolling on by itself on that section of track, so it's gonna need a little bit more work. Hi, Spooner. Glad to see you here. Yes, I do. Yes, I do, Darren. I know that's your favorite language, so I'm gonna not talk about it. Yes, since today is Labor Day in Canada, I had a day off, so I decided to start early, thinking that I could get more stuff done, while also just, even though I didn't plan to do anything special, just enjoy the layout. I thought I could do a bit more if I had more time. I may do like the other time that I did a longer stream where I'm gonna stop for a few minutes, go cook something, come back. Once it's cooked, go back up, eat it, and come back where the train's running while I'm away. But for right now, we're gonna just enjoy the trains and chat a bit. I thought it would be a nice little chat night and running trains. And even though we just worked on the mountain, yes, we're using the HO scale because I've done the mountain. I made some progress. Plus, I got the rotary snowplow. I couldn't not run the HO tonight. Loco 40 30. Oh, Loco 40 30. Loco and move. So, how long have you been in the hobby? In the hobby itself, I guess my whole life, because I've been around model train as a kid. I had some when I got early teenage years. I stopped for a while, but that I've been active non-stop, I would say since 2019, but I was doing N scale for most of that. It's only now that I have my own house with a basement that I have the space for an HO scale layout, which is why I'm enjoying both layouts at the time. Thank you, Darren. So yeah, that's how long I've been on the hobby, Paul. I know it's relatively young for a lot of people, to only 6 years, but did I miss the rotary snowplow? No, I'm just getting it out. I got it on Friday night, which I filmed, released the video on Sunday, and here it is running right now. If you don't see it on certain cameras, let me know. The cameras might freeze because they do that sometimes. But this nice. Are they 4x8 layouts? This one, so the N scale started with a 2x4 layouts. The kid layout I had was a 4x6. And then I extended that one. I did multiple shapes, multiple size. Right now, I can't even explain the shape or size. I guess it's a 4x4 L shape for the 4x2x4 L shape for the N scale. This one is a 4x10 that we're using right now, but there's a 10-foot extension that's 2 feet deep on the side that we're not using, but I want to run. I'm trying to work on the track right now well, not right now, but I've been trying to work on the track recently to get it to operate so we can do both loops, not just one. So that's going to be a 10x10 layout, 10x13, 14, something like that. But right now, the only section I'm running is a 4x10. which has where the Burlington Northern unit is parked. That's also a section that I could use. I just wanted a section that goes through the middle of the table for if I wanted to add more scene or more like in-town activities or in-town scenes. I didn't want a train just to be outside of the scenery. I wanted it to go through the scenery. That's why that's there. We'll see how the city expands. That's the part I'm not sure. It's that area. I want to do an urban slash residential area over there, but I'm not sure how I'm gonna put everything. So that's why it's pretty empty right now. It's not because I don't want to put anything. It's because I'm not sure how I'm gonna put everything around. So I hope you guys enjoy the rotary snowplow. As you can see, it's spinning. So I don't know if I've explained it well on my video about the mountain. I was supposed to do a video about converting to DCC both the F7B in black and the rotary snowplow, as it was a kit. I ended up just because the F7B was a drop-in decoder, I literally just had to open the shell and put it in, well, remove the DC blank chip, put in the DCC chip, close the shell, and that's it. So that was a 30-second video. That was not worth a video. I spent a bit more time programming it, but it was so much trial and error. It wasn't really a filming type. I was just excited to use it. Then I inspected the rotary snowplow because I was like, okay, this one's gonna be, it's probably just 2 wires going straight in the motor. I need to convert that one to DCC if I want full control on it. I want to really set it up properly. I want to add lights. I've opened it up. I saw a big chip on there. I realized that regardless of what I was doing on DC or DCC, it was always spinning on the same direction at the same speed unless it was under a certain voltage on DC. So for that reason, I realized that no, I don't need a DCC chip in there because it already works. All I've done is add an LED inside the cab just to have a little bit of glow that you only see when it's dark. I do want to drill some holes on the shell to get some marker lights or some bigger lights at the top because they did. I'm thinking of a flashing beacon, not sure, depending if I need to install a DCC chip or not. Some lights come pre-flashing, some don't. Not sure on the beacon light, sure on the headlights for sure. So that one's probably not going to get converted. Since the pickups are not great, I tried to add capacitors at the motor to make sure that it kept spinning. It doesn't work. I've added 6 capacitors in parallel to bring up the capacity, which is what I've been instructed by a lot more experienced people. Hi, Eric. Unfortunately, I think the chip in there sucks the power out of the capacitors before it goes to the motor because there's less resistance. So it's not keeping the motor alive, even though like the motor spinning or the lights on, even though it is working fine. So what I'm thinking I'm gonna do is put a bridge rectifier directly out of the rails, and then from the bridge rectifier to the capacitors, then from the capacitors to the chip. I know it's gonna make the chip essentially pointless because other than keep the speed cap the speed when I'm using it on DC, but it's the only way I can find that I will keep the whole system alive and, you know, work properly. So for that reason, that's where I'm gonna head. Do a bridge rectifier to make sure the power doesn't go backward in the caps, then the capacitors, then sending the power to my the integrated chip. We'll see what happens. Maybe I'll just give up and put a don't mind the flash, and I don't mind the flashing, and I just put a DCC decoder in it. It's decoders. While there's some cheap ones out there, I recently bought some Digitrax for about the same price that I was paying for the Lays one, and I've had a better experience with Digitrax decoders, so I'm gonna probably keep buying those. While they're cheap, they're still not super cheap, and the buying all of them for all my rolling stock really adds up quickly. So before I convert that to DCC, which really doesn't need it, I'll convert most of my engines first. So that's the plan. Will I convert something tonight? Maybe, maybe not sure yet. If I do, it'll be one of the 3 engines that on the table right now that you can't really see. But if I don't, that's also fine. Honestly, we might just enjoy the trains running. We'll see what happens. I'm just happy to see every one of you here, and I'm really happy to be able to run some trains. The other thing I could be doing as well is flip some cameras around to work on the extension, because I don't have the permanent track for that turnaround, but I do have enough Bachmann Easy Track to make it work until I get the permanent track that I need. And before you guys come at me that the black Bachmann Easy Track with steel, I think it's steel rail, is bad. I know plastic is brittle, the conductivity is not as great, they get dirty a lot easier and a lot quicker. I'm very much aware of this. I've used it before for temporary layouts, and every time I could go permanent with regular tracks, I do. I just, since I don't have any more track but I have those on hand, this could make the layout work. So that's why I'll probably use it. Will I reintegrate the slot cars? Absolutely, Spooner. I absolutely want to reintegrate them. The only thing is, until I have a more solid plan on both the track plan and the layout of the buildings I'm gonna get, because I have a lot of buildings to buy and build. I don't have a lot to build right now, but I have a lot to buy and then build. I don't want to put a slot car track just yet. I think I have found a design that I like. I am not sure. I've been planning off camera, but it's always just drawing around and planning. I might need to buy some track, but not sure. Until then, I'll probably just build a figure 8 or a small loop somewhere just to have fun and use them. But I don't know if I don't know when they'll be fully reintegrated. They will absolutely be fully reintegrated later. But what we can do right now, I'll go grab it just a second. I thought I left the controller near me. Oh, wait, there. What we can do right now is use this little RC monster truck on the layout. It's 1/64th, so it's clearly too big for the scale, but also not that exaggeratedly too big. So, and yes, I've tested, actually in my latest video, I can climb on the mountain, so I will absolutely also do a rock crawler track for 1/64th on the mountain. I already have a plan for how I'm gonna finish the mountain and have a bridge made with popsicle stick. It'll look rough on purpose because I want it to be a challenge to drive through, and also because most rock crawlers have very rough trails because they just build with the materials they have around them. So that's the plan for that. We're gonna actually enjoy this a bit. And there's a channel on YouTube, it's called Rye Trains. The guy has a really nice looking layout, and what he did was he bought a lot of the RC 1/64th or 176 cars, and he drives his little remote control cars on his layout. So I will make a ramp. So I will make a ramp, I will make a trail, a full trail system on the mountain so I can run those. There's a few things we can do, but we will also, like you said, do a little ramp for it to jump, and yes, I can make it wheelie. They're short wheelies, but it's still very fun. I think I've seen him. He started recently, actually more recently than me, but his layout is so beautiful and his videos are actually different. He doesn't talk in them, he just uses his trains, but he's done point of view videos, he's done simply display. He has a really cool, really nice channel, but it's a different style. They're mostly short videos, like a few minutes of just running his cars and trains on his layout, just around. Sometimes it's a point of view, sometimes just a camera angle, but it's really well done. And like I said, his layout is gorgeous, so he absolutely deserves the attention he gets. Really, really cool setup that he has. And yes, I can go through the tracks. I think the battery on my controller is dying, and unfortunately I don't have a spare for it, so because that's a low battery warning, but only when the controller goes out of, yeah, I just need power to move before the train comes. There you go. I got it out. So I thought this would be a fun little thing. I'm not sure, like I said, I need to check if I have spare batteries for this. I don't think I do. They're watch batteries, but the bigger ones. If I do, I will change it, because I've charged that truck all day and it's fully charged. So the problem is not the truck, it's the remote. But I absolutely want to use it a little bit more. Oh, that's annoying that it's... Is it? Maybe it's the truck that's out of battery. I thought I'd charge it for a while, but maybe... Oh, it was really slow charging. So maybe that's why. So I'll put it on a charger for a little while, and we'll use it later tonight, because I do plan on streaming till a few more hours. So we're going to use it a little bit more later. Why aren't you charging? Okay. Alright, I put the truck on a fast charger. We should be able to use it very soon. Yeah, exactly, Ward. That's the one with the railroad crossing and everything. Alright, so we're going to do a little switch up. The rotary snowplow is great, but I think you guys might enjoy more if we did more interactive stuff. So, the next person to choose a train will be... Kevin, you haven't chosen anything in a while, and you're here every single stream, so you're the next one. What train do you want to run? And I know right now it's unclear because I have a lot of stuff spared around. So if we're keeping DCC, we can bring back the Via Rail. We can use the CP Rail E units. We can put freight behind the current DCC engines that are running. Or if you'd rather, Kevin, we can do different engines that are DC, and we can just park all of my DCC stuff on the on the siding that actually has a power switch now. So, which one would you prefer? No. Does the train close the mountain work? Sorry, Mobile, I didn't see your message earlier. The E8's perfect. We'll switch to that. So, Mobile, does the train close the mountain work? Are you talking about the blue one, in the back, or are you talking about another one? Because there's a few trains over there. There's a green one and there's a blue one. I'm assuming the blue CN in the back, Moru. If that's what it is, just let me know. I will talk about it. So I will park my rotary snowplow on the bridge so that it's parked there. You should get CP passenger cars. Well, the E8s have CP passenger cars in the back. They're the Pac-Man with the orange stripe, but they are actually CP passenger cars. I don't have the maroon heavyweights though. Perfect. So we will park that little engine over there. Actually, no. We're gonna send that in the where the Via is, and we're gonna send the Via over there because I can turn off the sound, but I can't turn off the motor on the rotary snowplow. So we will take the Via out. I honestly enjoy doing this where we flip around trains and we do some I know it's not actual switching, but it's still moving trains around. It's not just taking them off and putting them on. I quite enjoy that kind of switching because it's simple but still interactive. Alright, let's reverse it. It might derail. There's a tight curve there, and like I said, I haven't really used that section of the track much. We're gonna go slow and see what happens. If it derails, I'll stop and fix it, but if it doesn't, I'm gonna be very happy. I think we're in the clear, which that's always nice. Yep, we are. Also, at first I thought the manual throw switches would be a temporary setup. I'm enjoying the interaction, like the interactiveness of them, so I think I'm gonna keep them as much as I can. The switches that are far from me, I don't want to have to go around and run around to flip them, so those will get motors, but the ones near me will absolutely stay manual. I really like that bridge as well, the bridge scene there. Once we use that part of the layout, more cameras will be pointed in that direction and we'll see it better. For now, it works fine. But in person, it's really enjoyable. So we will absolutely have more cameras pointed in that direction. So, alright. Do you have the remote control for setup? I'm not sure what you mean, Paul. I have DCC, and while it's not plugged in, I'm setting up the JMRI to use the wireless over your Wi-Fi as well, your phone on Wi-Fi as a controller. It's not set up yet, but it will be eventually. I have all the equipment to do it. I just haven't done it because it's a bit of a setup that I have never done, so I'll need to take the time to really read all the documentation to do it properly. I don't have any wireless DCC controllers, and all my controllers are the base style, which is the Digitrax Zephyr Express, which is a base that basically like a DC controller, but it's a full DCC setup. Love that base, it works great. 3 amp with a integrated USB system to me is absolutely perfect, and I got it on sale at Kingston Local Works, which very happy with. But unfortunately that limits me on the why is it not? There's power to it. Why aren't you moving? This one's spinning, but this one isn't. Alright, small glitch on the DCC consist, but it's fine, it's back. So yeah, it's all, to me it's all wired in a base. I like the base style of controllers simply because it keeps my it keeps everything organized in one spot. I'm very much okay with it. And but for now it's it's my it's just one station. There's nothing wireless. Like I said, later I'll have the controller on my phone. I just haven't set it up yet. I have all the stuff to do it, I just haven't done it yet. So now I move everything out of the way and flipped all the turnouts. We will move the freight out of the way so that I can do the passenger train, bring the passenger train without taking it off the track, because there's some tape on the track in the tunnel, and while I could just remove it, I hear the directional level click on the Digitrack DC. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, what you heard, Clintonville. So yeah, while I could remove the tape from the tunnel, I do intend to keep on working during the week on the tunnel, and I don't want to remove the tape to put some more when I can just leave it there. So for right now, we're not going to remove it. We're just going to use the rest of the track to bring the train in. If we end up working on the track and making the full loop complete, then I'll just say screw it and remove the tape. But for now, this is perfectly fine as is. I do really enjoy this DCS system from Digitrax. For the price, it's really a beautiful complete setup. Oh, wrong direction. There you go. Making sure, no, turn out is off. There you go. What are you going to use for tunnel? The tunnel portal, I'll just buy some nice one from Woodland Scenics. I'm just gonna say it. I don't have the capacity to sculpt something nice in plaster. Right now it's made out of papier-mâché. I will add some plaster to have some rocks around the place, but it'll mostly be papier-mâché for the rest. For the ground, it's going to be simple acrylic paint, some trees, some what is it called, ballast that I'm going to use for the trails, and some Woodland Scenic turfs. Those are very cheap for what they are, so I will go with those products for the ground covering. Alright, so the track is clear. We're now able to run the E units, which I absolutely love. These actually are a pair of IHC's E8s. The paint job isn't fully accurate, but that's fine. The locomotives look great. Only one of them is powered, the other one is a dummy. I've converted to DCC recently with a Lays decoder. Those old motors take a little bit more power to run, and also they're a lot less precise, but for what they are, I'm very happy with them for the price I paid too. I changed the headlight on the front engine for an LED for more brightness because, again, I really enjoy lights. That is a 52, I would assume, is more than the NC power cab and the. So yes, that's a DCS 52. The 3 amp total power, so more than enough for what I'm doing. I don't have an elaborate 50 feet by 50 feet layout, so I think that's more than enough. As long as there's enough feeder wires around the track to make sure that everything gets a proper connection, and as I mentioned, even some, like the inner loop of the main line, the loop we're currently using, actually has some area, some blocks that I can turn off if I want to stop a train there and prevent it from using power. It's perfectly fine for my use case. I understand some people need more, but for my use case, this is more than fine. So let's give it a little bit more speed. It's 5:30 at my time, well 5:28. I'm starting to get a little hungry. As I mentioned earlier, if you weren't there, it's okay. What I'm thinking of doing is taking a 5-minute break to go start what I want to make and let it cook, put a timer. Once it's ready, I'd go back to grab the food, eat it quickly because I'm not eating on camera, or I'll just turn off my camera and microphone so you guys don't hear me and let the train run while I eat. Once I'm done, I'd be fully back onto the stream. Not sure, we'll see. But definitely I want to run the stream at least till 10 o'clock tonight to have a proper stream where we can really enjoy it. And I'm really tempted to do some DCC conversions tonight. I have decoders on hand. I have some engines that I want to run on DCC. So I really am thinking of doing a full a DCC conversion on stream. Well, 2 actually. To be fair, it's gonna be Clintonville. If you do into the CV2 start voltage, what that old motor, going to raise the X value up myself. So I did that. Thank you for the tip. That's actually a great tip. I did do that, but unfortunately, that meant that my start voltage was a good amount of speed, which, because it doesn't move until it reaches that voltage, and I've tested on DC before converting it to make sure that it wasn't just me who configured it badly. It doesn't move until it hits a certain voltage, and then it goes at a pretty good amount of speed. I tried to configure it I tried my best to make it as smooth as possible, but this is the smoothest I could have gone with. This engine is just an old design with an old motor. I could upgrade the motor, but I'm not sure where to look and what to look for. And this one works fine. It actually works much better since I've gone to DCC. It's actually a lot smoother. So that means my configuration and the controller does a good job. It's just the engine is very limited. Like the capacity of that engine is really limited. It's only a rear wheel drive, but not a pancake motor. It's a can motor standing up in the back. Both were extremely light, so are the cars because they're old Concours. I added weights and everything except the dummy unit because that one had enough resistance. It's working great, a lot more traction that way, but it's still finicky in terms of I have never converted. I buy DCC stock since I went to DCC. I understand why, and my DCC stock engine that I have works wonderfully, especially with the sound. But I've found so many great deals on the used market for DC engines that to me financially it makes more sense to buy a used DC engine and then upgrade it to DCC myself than to go straight DCC for specific engines, to be clear. Buying new, often the value of the DCC engine is more than what it would cost to do it yourself, plus it saves you time. But for certain things like that older engine, or some of my older engines, or even that rotary snowplow, which did not have a DCC DCC installed option, this was actually a better setup. I don't, because I haven't done any sound installed word. It's something I'd like to try later. The speaker that came in my P42 is great once the sound is tuned. But unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, I'm very happy with no sound on my trains. I love to hear the clickety clacks, as actually Tsunami called it on the P42, of the actual steel metal wheels against the metal rails. It gives a good experience, but a relaxing one. To me it's great as is, honestly. I don't need a loud motor all the time, especially with multiple diesel engines. That would just be a constant rumble that I wouldn't be into. This is a very enjoyable experience, the non-sound version, and it's so much cheaper that to me makes it better. I do agree that steam trains would be a very nice conversion. I only have one steam engine. It's an old Bachmann that would need some parts. I'm thinking of never really fixing it, just putting it on display on the layout, like at the entrance of the rail yard, where as if it was a display, something like that. I do intend later in life to buy a nice steam engine and either buy it right away DCC sound or not, convert it myself. But for diesels, I enjoy the one that comes with them, but I don't think I'll really convert it to DCC sound. Exception made for my Via E8 that I got a few weeks ago. This one will get sound because it's such a piece of art, like of artwork, that I refuse to not get the full experience on that one. If you can swing a BLI sound loco, do it. You won't be sad about it. I was honestly thinking buying the Rapido D10. I'm still very puzzled as to why there's no drawbar between the engine and the tender, and it's using the plug to pull the whole train when the motor is in the engine. But my plan was to find a DCC sound Rapido D10 and add a drawbar myself, because especially since I have inclines, I refuse to believe that the plug would be fine to pull a few cars up when it clearly can. But also, I just such a weird move from Rapido to not put a drawbar and pull the whole train by the wires. But I really, really like the D10 that they made. See, Clintonville, I agree with you. I would never pull up by the wires, but that's the design Rapido did. They did not put any drawbars in between the tender and the engine, just wires. They just put a bigger plastic plug around it to hold it in. But I know someone who has one, the DC version. He has an incline, and as soon as he puts more than 3 cars behind it, it pulls the plug out. So it was a very weird decision on their hand to not put a drawbar in between. So I would add one myself. I would absolutely add one myself to avoid doing that. But otherwise, the engine and the tender are gorgeous. So if I can swing one at one point, but they're still very expensive. I think everyone here knows that most steam engines that are DCC sound from factory are very expensive. The BLIs, the Rapidos, even the Atherns are not cheap when you get a good DCC sound engine. And I want my first steamer. It doesn't need to be brand new, but it needs to be brand new looking, no weathering, no damage, with sound. I want a really good experience, so I have no problem waiting a longer time to find one that I really like, but I really want a great experience for my steam engine. And I'm thinking of getting a shorter one like the D10 or a smaller steamer, simply for ease of running in tighter curves. Not my main loop, which is the one with inclines, will only be minimum 22-inch radius curves, but it is a 22-inch radius curve most of the places. The inner loop that we're currently running has some 18-inch radius in it, and I'm not removing it. It works great for what I'm rolling, and like I said, for the few things that are not gonna like it, I'm gonna use the outer loop. The only thing is, I really want to use that little steam engine everywhere on my layout, so it needs to run 18-inch radius curves. So shorters, 460s, 260s, 440s, 262s, something like that. A smaller one would be my best option. Steer clear of the brass hybrids. 350-ish. Keep in mind, Clinton, I'm in Canada, so if that price is US and Canada is going to be a lot more expensive. That's why I'm looking into. That's one of the main reasons I'm looking into the Rapido ones, because their Canadian price is closer to the US price with the imports and all. So it's a weird thing, but yeah, I want a small to medium steam engine. I wanted DCC sound. I don't know when it'll happen because there's price, there's models available, there's a lot of variables out there that makes me unsure on when I'm going to be able to get one. But I will absolutely get one at one point. So far, my favorite one that I've seen on Dave's channel is this little New York Central 462 or 460. That is a beautiful engine. It's a simple one, but it works great. Something like that. I think he recently got a decapod. Those require wider radius, so that wouldn't work. But that little New York Central one, also I want a Canadian paint scheme on it. I'm running 95% Canadian stuff. I want a Canadian paint scheme on it. So that's why I'm really narrowing down the options that are available out there. I understand that's my fault. I'm the one limiting myself to those things. But again, I'm willing to wait and pay a more premium price to get what I want. So that's why I wanna wait and save up the money to get the proper one. But I'm also narrowing down the options available, so I know I'm making it more complicated for myself. So on that note, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll just go put in the oven what I want to cook and start a timer on my phone, and then I'll be right back to continue running trains. Don't move, I'll be right back. Dave just got an IHC 462 Canadian National Paint Scheme. It was a nice one. Walters, they are older. See, those two options are exactly what I'm looking for. Especially the one that apparently Dave just got. I missed that video. That would be the what I'm looking for. I need to check online more often for steam engines. I'm not actively looking. As I said, I'm really trying to finish. I bought some trains recently, so that looks bad with what I'm saying. But I'm really trying to focus on track work to finish the outer loop because I really want to run two trains at the same time. That was the whole point of this layout. I just haven't yet. And the last two purchases, I was supposed to spend that money on track and wood. I ended up not doing so simply because both were very low quantities on sales. couldn't resist buying them. The IHC Pacifics were great locos. What color box? Tan or purple? Not sure. So I'll be right back. Don't move. You can keep chatting. I'll go back through the chat to answer to everyone. Be right back. I hope... Sorry I missed some people. I saw some people coming in. I will find my phone. And then we will continue the stream. I just need to set up a timer. I understand... Oh, right there. Oh, thank you. I received an email from someone in the chat for locos. Awesome. Thank you. All right, so timer. Let's put a timer. Let's put a timer for the food. Timer. 20 minutes. Start. Oh boy. Really trying to. So somebody challenged me, sent me a message saying I need to find one of my most obscure fun fact about trains that I know of off the top of my head. I'm trying to think what obscure fun fact would be. If you guys have ideas, just leave it in the chat. I'm trying to have mine to be legit on what he answered. Oh, I know. That will be 90 laps of the track and your food is done. Alright, so let's go back through the chat. I saw a few of you talk while I was away. I didn't have my phone upstairs, but I had the chat on my girl's phone. So let's see what's happening. So I saw that BN Ironwood Railroad is here. Hi, I don't know if you're still here, but thanks for stopping by if you are, if you're still here. Even if you're not, if you see this later, thank you for stopping by. I'm always enjoying new people on the chat. I saw. Hi, Colleen. Happy to see you here. They may have. So, since this one has done quite a few laps and it's been great, we're gonna switch it up a bit. We're gonna bring out the F units that we had, but we're gonna put some freight on it instead of passengers. Simply, again, just to switch it up. So we'll do like I did earlier, where we're gonna have some fun doing some switching, even though it's not actual switching. And then we'll have the freight run. Not yet. I stopped it too early. I need to let it run so that I can move my stuff out. We're just gonna put one of only the orange F7A and the orange F7B, not the black one. I know it's synchronized and it works great, but I don't, whatever. I'll just use both. We have both and they're speed match, so let's enjoy them. 40, 30. Perfect. Forward. Let's uncouple this. and let's go get the freight. How far is the tape? I don't know if I can fit all 3 engines. I need to flip the turnout. Let's see if I can fit it. Oh, I turn this off. If I can't, I'll manually move them around, but I was hoping I could. Quite frankly. This needs to be on the straight so I can couple. Perfect. This move. This is moved. So the tape starts over there. I really don't think it'll fit, but let's try. Okay, I'm at the tape and that one's on the turnout. I'll move the other engine out of the way, and well, the other train. First, we'll go 18.0. What? We'll go 18.01. We'll reverse it and send it into the. Nope. Power cut. Alright, so this is there. Let's turn off the power. And now let's go switch the F7. Normally the F7s would have no problem going down and back up, but like I said earlier, the unfortunate part here is that the train is blocked by the tape in the mountain because I'm working on it. So all right, Ward, no problem. All right, let's make sure my turnouts are all aligned properly. Yep, they are. Let's push that train up onto the second main line, inner loop, whichever you want to call it. I'm actually not sure on how I'm going to call my lines. So in about 10 minutes, I'll go back to the kitchen to continue my food. I'm gonna come back. It's just putting something in the oven. come back for another 10 minutes, go back, grab it, and I'm gonna come down to eat it, but I'm gonna turn off my camera because I don't like showing myself eating. I am not one of those people that likes to see people eat, so I don't want to show myself eating either. Alright, let's stop and go forward. Show us how Piggy eats. Yeah, sure. No, that's not gonna happen. That's exactly the problem. I'm not the most proper eater, and the food I'm making is not, it's finger food, so it's gonna get a little dirtier. So for that reason, I'm not gonna show how I'm gonna eat, and I'm gonna probably mute myself to make sure I don't make any noise while eating. I know that's something that really can get people, can really bother people. For, sound, so I'm not gonna make any sound on stream, that's for sure. Isn't the black F7B gorgeous? I don't even know if CP ever had black F7Bs like this. I know the orange ones, the road numbers are wrong, but they had one of those, except the top of the hood was black, but that's fine. But black F7Bs, I don't even know if they did have them. I know they never had a black rotary snowplow like I have. I don't care, really like it. I'm very happy with it. But I'm wondering if they ever had it, because it looks damn good in black like so. I'll watch A Christmas Story. Oh boy. I'm not watching people eat. I think one of the things I could do that could make it more fun, make this stream more fun, is add... I think I have a few figures for HO scale. I don't have a lot, but I think I have a few. If I can find one, I'll put it on the caboose, because I always enjoy having figures on the caboose. I think it adds livelihood and more realism, I guess. I don't know if people who ran caboose were usually outside or inside. Mine will be outside for now, but I want to add one. I knew I did. I found some. Alright, so let's so I found actually a few things that I forgot I had. I have these little signs that I can use. Most of them will need to be painted. I found some metal wheels I didn't know I had. I think they're metal wheels. Let's hope they are so we can put some lights in some cars. Not right now, but we will. But this is what I was looking for. These little Bachmann figures that are... I think that set was for engineers and stuff like that. So this will be perfect for this train. Now, hi Bill. Hi honey, I'm home again. Yes. Alright, so fun fact, railmen used to judge how much experience a yardman had by counting his fingers. Nice. Alright. So after this train, since I ran all of my DCC stuff, I need to make sure it's reliable stuff for when I'm going to grab the food. But after that, we'll run DC because I have a lot of DC trains that I haven't run in a while because I've been using my DCC stuff, and we might even convert an engine or two since I want to run some CN stuff honestly, and it's gonna be a much better option. So what are each character doing? This one is turning something. Would this work? Alright, so I'll grab the caboose when the train comes by and we'll see. We'll see which one that makes the most sense. What way would be the best way to move someone's arms? Or I can just do the clear plastic base and just have it there, hoping it doesn't fall away. I usually like to glue them on the cars because I don't mind. I really don't mind having people on the car. I don't like gluing them on the table, but on a train car, I'm fine with it. I don't like the train without a caboose. It needs a caboose. Even though I'm working on one, I'm putting one on the other. I have another one to put on. A gorgeous one is that. I'm not using my gorgeous CP rail most of the time because it's too new for that engine, but we'll do an exception for right now. Just waiting till it's back to put it behind. Rubber cement won't be permanent. That's true. The real thing is right now it's if I can find one that works with the caboose and has arm placement that makes sense, I will. If I can't find one that has good arm placements, I might end up not putting it permanently in, because like I said, I really don't mind permanently putting it in. I just want something that makes sense. This one, I don't like the yellow on yellow. I think the white on yellow. I just need to lower his arms a bit. Like so. Yep. Alright, I'll go grab some glue and put a little person on my caboose. Nice. I'm actually happy about that. And apparently the arms could move, only the paint made it stuck the way it was, so I guess it's fine. Alright, I got the glue, the tweezers, and the patience. Food is ready, I hear the alarm. Well, it's ready to go be turned around. I actually will do that. I'll be right back. Hi, Jack. Coupling cars was a deadly copulation. Yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, back. It'll be ready in another 15 minutes. I need to start another alarm. 15. Start. My grandfather was an engineer on the Pensy Railroad. I think it's in my blood. Oil is thicker than blood. Yeah, depends on the oil, I guess. All right, so let's put some glue. On the feet. Bring the character where I want it. Come on, I know you fit there. There you go. Come on. Get into place. Of course, it doesn't want to stay just because I'm doing it on camera. That's the live stream gremlin. Just to know, people don't see me putting you in. They're just seeing my face. So you don't have to be shy. Oh, come on. You are really being a little brat, aren't you? I'm not sure what Jack had put in, but he redacted his message, so I guess he regretted saying it. Must have been very smart. These tweezers are great, but also a nightmare. There you go. Not exactly where I wanted it, but I don't think I'll have it. Oh, maybe this spot. Come on. Stay straight. No, don't fall again. Oh, come on. I had it. Just want the arm. Why? I would never do. Oh, maybe okay, I would. There you go. Exactly where I wanted it. Nice. No, don't fall. Just stay where you are. Alright, so let it dry as is. I'll put it this way so you guys can see it. And we'll close the glue up. Why is there sauce on my shirt? I didn't eat yet. How did I manage to do that? Running to Taco Bell. Ooh, you lucky person. I actually really like Taco Bell. I don't have any problem eating there. I just truly enjoy it. I don't get to eat there often, but when I do, I really enjoy it. Is that one of your smart sentences? Oh, that's way too much glue. Oh boy. I need to clean that up. Way too much glue. Remove the excess, please. Like so. I don't mind cleaning my tweezers later. I just want my... So this is the result. I think it looks neat. And yes, he's holding himself on the ladder. Because my track is a bumpy ride. Let me tell you that. The other ones, I don't know where I'll put them yet, so I'm not going to glue them anywhere. I'm going to clean up a bit in the meantime. Oh, goodness. Decoder. Hi Dan. Sorry I didn't see you right away. I'm cooking food and cleaning and gluing stuff. I'm cleaning right now. What do you think? I know it's what do you think Dan of the mountain? I know it's a rough draft right now, as in it's just paper mache with newspaper, but it works. So I like it. All Italians have sauce on something. Yeah. Well, I'm not Italian. That's the thing. Looks good. Thank you, Dan. Anyone here can be brutally honest. If they don't like it, just let me know. I'm a big boy. I can take it. But I'm very happy with it. So. All right. This is going very well so far. Oh, shoot. Alright, so like it, but it's too close to put landscaping. I like, but it's too close to put landscaping on it. So that's the thing. It looks close on camera, but there's over an inch on each side on the crack, and there's and the mountain itself is not too slopey. So I do believe I'll be able to put some landscaping on the inside and outside. Plus, I really don't need to put a thick coat of rock on the inside of the crack. With good paint, I can make it. I think I can make it fine. We'll see what happens. I'm excited, but at the same time, it was a new method that I'm trying. So it might not turn out great, and I might rip it all out later. We will see. I just wanted to try it and see how it comes out. And so far so good for me. But like I said, I'm very much open to changing my mind and redoing it later if it doesn't work the way I wanted it to. We'll see. All right. So we will swap the caboose. We'll have another deadly copulation as whoop. I'll wait for another lap before putting it on. I'm really enjoying the fact that he's holding himself on the ladder, making it a little bit more realistic. And keep it thin and light. Yeah, well, I mean, it's papier-mâché, right? I can't put too thick of a... But a decent coat of paint, a bit of plaster at some spots just to have like rocks and shapes, and some trees, and and some greenery, and it'll be just fine, I think. And like I said, if it doesn't work, I'll rip it out and make another one. Either I'll reuse that method but in a better design, or use another method if this one doesn't work out for me. But I'm fairly confident. Put a brick wall on the inside of your crack. I wasn't thinking of a brick wall, but definitely a rock wall. I'll do... I think it's the first person that I saw. I know he's not the first person who's done that method. That method has been known for years. But the first person I've seen do, which was before Dave did it, was Fostoria, Ohio HO Scale Mall Train Club, where he used aluminum foil that he crumpled, pulled back flat, and then made rocks. Dave did that, but left the rocks outside and glued the rocks. Fostoria put the rocks to dry on the mountain, so that it would take the shape of the curve. I will try that method for the inside of the crack. I made wood truss type openings with balsa wood. I'm sure it looks amazing. I'm not confident enough to do that. I'll just get some made from Woodland Scenics. But what I will do is a wooden bridge for my rock crawler trucks. Well, truck, because I only have one, for the mountain over the crack. How much time before my food's ready? 3 minutes 45. Ooh. I'm so hungry. I'm gonna devour that meal. Need to find a spot to put it on when it comes downstairs. Hmm. Hmm. So for the next train, for the time I'm eating, we're going to swap it back to a V-Rail, but we'll change the engine for my F40PH. I don't know if Chris from Go VR Go Home is still here. If he is, I know he loves V-Rail trains, we'll have that running. If he's not, well, hats to you. I hope you see it some other time. But yeah, I will put that. Once I'm done eating, you guys will be able to choose the next trains. We'll go DC for the rest of the stream. It's just in the meantime, while I'm eating, I want something reliable, so I'll put my F40. And since that's DC, I'm gonna put all my DCC engines on my siding, my powered siding, powered siding with the switch. Since I'm gonna be able to turn off said train, said engines, I know I'm not gonna send DC power to my DCC decoders. So, in the meantime, I will send my CP rail on the outside so I can put the freight cars on the track. I can leave the freight cars there because they're not powered. I will even leave the F7B unpowered unit on that combo so that I can run my stuff. How do I say this properly? So that I can do some switching without actually taking off anything off the track to move stuff around. Alright, so this a little bit further, like so. I'll go uncouple that, then we'll come back. I'm trying to control two different trains at the same time, and I'm doing a bad job at it. Apparently, it's one at a time for me. I'm too simple-minded for that. Hi, Rebel. I'm gonna go grab. I'm just parking that engine, putting another engine on, and I'm gonna go grab some food, and then we'll be able to enjoy the trains together. There we go. I've never tried the chicken wire method. That's the one I didn't try. I tried with foam stacking, foam shaping, plaster. This was my first papier-mâché. Never done any chicken wire method. I've seen it, but I've never done it. It's a different style, and it seems like it worked great. Just never had any on hand, so it wasn't my first thought to pick some up and just go for it. Alright, so this is off. Now I can put a VRL engine on. That is DC. Switch the layout to DC. No shorts, no problem. And she works because she's a Walters train line, and these just always work great. Coupled, and let's send it. Alright, so I'll go grab my food, and then... Oh, wrong turnout direction. I'm so bad at this. I'm just glad I caught it before I went upstairs and it crashed and burned. Now, I'll make it do a full lap and make sure nothing's wrong before going up. Let's open the chat on my phone so that I can continue watching the stream from and answering to you guys from here. Alright, so turnouts are all properly set up. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some food, and I'll turn off my camera so that you don't see me eat like a pig. All right, food is served. I will eat with my mic off because I don't want you guys to hear it, and then we will continue the stream. Oh, hi, Drew. And I'm back. I'm on. So, to answer Clintonville's question, if a steam engine and diesel engine had a baby, would it be a steam turbine engine? While that is an option, I was more thinking of those diesel engines with a bar power, like there's only power sent to one axle and the other axles are turned with a bar like a steam engine. It's more popular in Europe. I need to find an example. Oh, what are the name of these? Crankshaft diesels. Yeah, those ones. That's what I was thinking would be the results of those. Alright, so since I'm back, and I did say that from now on it'll be more interactive for you guys, I will let someone choose the next train. My method usually is have 3 options ready and ask someone to pick that one of those 3 options. So that way there's no confusion on what I have available, what can we run, what should we run, or just what I have that's working. What I'm thinking is, let's first find out who in the chat wants to pick a train. So anyone here in the chat who wants to choose a train, just answer yes in the chat. I'll wait for 30 seconds to a minute to make sure I have the time to see everyone. Once I've seen all the names, I'll pick one from the list and give you guys options, because I think that's the fairest way to do so. I don't know if Chris is still in the chat. I don't know if Colleen is still in the chat. If no one else says something, Raven, I'll bring it back for sure. I was just trying to get some variety on the layout so that and make sure that everyone has a chance to pick an option. Since, well, I don't. Were you here when I first ran it earlier today? You might not have been here. It'll run again for sure tonight. I just don't know at one point, and so I ran it earlier on. I will absolutely run it again later tonight. I just want to give a chance to someone else to pick something to have, a little different. Oh, okay, you only saw the video. Alright, so I will run it again later. Don't worry about that. I'm just looking for anyone in the chat who rarely or never gets to choose anything to have their chance. I know, Raven, you haven't chosen a train anytime recent. I just want to make sure it's fair. But you will get your choice of the snowblower later. And since you only seen the video, what you may not know is that I've DCC converted the F7B that came with it, because it was just a drop-in decoder. It wasn't any work, so it wasn't worth a video. And the snowblower is not DCC, but has a chip in it that limits the speed and works both on DC and DCC from factory. So so I can run this, and since I've put a decoder on my F7B, my other F7A that was also decoded, I've done a speed match, so I can run the 2 engines together without issue. How about a Canadian Railroad? Yeah, well, technically that's a Canadian Railroad, so Raven Air Times. So what I'll do is bring on, since you're the only one that mentioned that wants to name something, I will put 3 options on in front of the bottom left camera, and you will pick from one of those 3. So I understand your idea, Rebel. I just don't know how I would go about it. That would be my my mystery. Give me a second. I'm gonna put 3 options for you, Raven. Alright, so, I know you said a Canadian Railroad. I have 2 CN engines right there and 1 Burlington Northern. 1 CN and 1 Burlington Northern are SD40-2s. So the middle, alright, perfect. I will build a consist for it, and we will enjoy the train. Give me a second, I need to bring back the engine. Alright, so you said middle, so the Burlington Northern SD40-2, which is a beautiful Kato unit. We will run in a different direction than everything else did tonight. Actually, no, the freight turned that way. Alright, so it's fine. Let's build a nice consist behind it, because I have quite a few cars I can put. Put these 2 for sure. I will put the caboose, don't worry. I'm just bringing up some cars that I have. It's an SD40, it's powerful, it can pull a lot, so not worried about that part. Alright, let's start building that consist. Oh, I want this. So, let's read the chat. I'm missing some good stuff right now. I'm curious. I've seen and heard of people putting flour, like cooking flour, as fake snow. I wonder how that would go. I'll just put this one. Alright, so interesting thought. I don't know though. Might have. Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. The only thing I could think of is if you'd put enough weight in the snowplow and put a small brush underneath that would flex when it hits rails, like a turnout or a diamond, but be steady enough to move the flour out of the way when it's not touching rail or whatever. That also makes sense, Clintonville. I didn't think about that. I'm not experienced in that sense, so I guess there's that. Alright, so just needs a bit more cars because a powerful SD40-2 cannot just have 2 or 3 cars. Let's put this, my gorgeous Rapido car. My other gorgeous Rapido car. I only have 2 Rapido freight cars, but boy are they gorgeous. I have a few in N scale, but HO scale, those are my only 2. Is this the one with the proper coupler or the broken one? This is the broken coupler. Shoot. I really wanted it. Come on. It's already off to a bad start. Let's see if it holds. And the caboose, because, well, my layout, my rules, I need a caboose. There you go. Look at that beauty. Thank you, Raven. I took out all of my fancy equipment for you, so I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, me too. I do very much. I enjoyed the green, the black green with white details of BN in general. Burlington Northern's green theme always struck me as a very nice looking theme. But these SD40s, SD40-2s are just gorgeous. I've never been as much of a fan of the orange and black faced ones. I prefer these white faced ones. The orange and black stripes, I've always felt like the orange was out of place on that green car, on that green engine. Also, before anyone calls me out, I know that usually they try to keep the center beam closer to the back of the train for tipping reasons. My layout puts the loaded cars in front and the empties behind it, so it's fine. I just need to do something to the last Burlington Northern car. One of the coupler is low, but the car in front also has a low coupler, but it's not the right one, so I'm gonna flip it around, but I'm gonna bend the coupler hook so it doesn't get caught anywhere. Slow stop. Alright, let's bend the coupler hook upward so it doesn't get caught. We don't want to break the coupler, you just really want to bend the metal part. There you go. Much better. Shouldn't get caught. Should not. I never said it won't, I just said it shouldn't, so it might still. I think we're going to be good. Looks like it's going to be good. Alright. Thank you, Kevin. It's okay, Raven. I mean, you do have a lot to do, and you really do have to bring your layout back up, so it's completely fine to have the caps for that. So, Great Northern Railroad does look nice, but it's not the same shades of green and orange that Burlington Northern used. Very different shades, and it makes a big difference. A friend of mine tried working super elevation into his layout. He didn't listen to me, and he ended up tipping over his trains every single row. Okay, that's a separate issue, but it really depends on how much angle. Super elevation is nice. Just you really need to go less than you think. Super elevation, it really doesn't need much to be proper. Like Kato sells in N scale super elevated curves, and you can see them if you look at them from a flat perspective, but it's really hard to see that they are super elevated. But when you run a train on it, it stays stable, but it is tipped over slightly in the proper way. So it absolutely is a great thing, the super elevated curves, but you really need to go light on the super elevation. As soon as you do enough to be visible as is, you're probably overdoing it. So super elevation, great thing to add, but you really need to be mild on the amount of super elevation. Exactly, Clinton Dill. That, or even less, honestly. It really, a very thin toothpick. You really can't go super thick. And go as outside of the ties as possible when placing it. So, Raven, just to let you know, I am not changing the train anytime soon. I'll let it run for a while, but I'm gonna get ready for the next train by picking out 3 locomotives for the next train right now. So don't be alarmed. I'm not already switching your stuff. We're gonna run that train for a while. I just want to make sure that we're ready for the next choice. So we're not choosing it right now. Yes, there is 4 options. That's on purpose. We will choose it later. That's fine. Just whoever picks it later, keep in mind that the consist will change according to what pulls it, because they don't all have the same capacity. The same pulling capacity. Alright, so what could we do while the train runs? Because this is nice, and I don't mind watching a train run, but I still want to entertain you guys. So what could we do? Should we try and do a DCC? Nah, feels too early for this. Not too early, but it feels not like it's not the time for this. But at the same time, it would be something to do. Not saying I'm doing it. I'm inspecting something. I need to check. Seriously? Oh my. There we go. Alright, so let's see. Is this motor isolated? I think it is, but let's double check. That's the light I added and it's flickering and I'm not sure why. I'm afraid that this motor is not isolated. Shoot. Alright, so we're not doing this one tonight. This will be a separate video. No, that's the right side. Come on. Please slide in. Why aren't you sliding in? You fit there, you were right there, and I didn't change anything. Come on, just slide in, please. There you go. Alright, screws, screws, screws. That's what I need right now. Screw you, pal. No, screw you, buddy. Alright, so these two are in. Let's put back the cap on. Alright, so this locomotive is back to DC. Well, is back in one piece. Was never converted, was not converted tonight because I don't feel like doing it. I need to isolate the motor and everything and I don't feel like doing that tonight. So, since Raven, oh, wow, right as I was thinking of switching the train, it uncoupled, nice. Since Raven chose the last train, would someone here in the chat, anyone, would pick the next train out of one of the 4 engines that you see at the bottom left camera? And no, I have not forgotten your request for the rotary snowplow, Raven. I just want to run one more train before. and then it'll be the rotary snowplow. It's fine. Oh, I understand it's fine, but I still want to run it. I just want to run something else first. Then it'll be the rotary snowplow. So if anyone else in the chat is interested in picking a train to run, just comment, just put it in the chat, and it's going to be one of the 4 engines that you see to the bottom left screen. Who is in the chat right now? I know Clintonville has not chosen anything yet. I don't think so. I don't know if Colleen has chosen anything. I don't know if she's still here. I know she hasn't chosen anything in a while. So if Colleen is still here, she's very much welcome to pick an engine from the list. I know she's chosen things before, but it's been a while, so if either her or Clinton want to choose something, let's see if Colleen is still here. Yes, she is. Okay, I like the CN. Perfect. We will put the CN, Colleen. Give me a second. So I have 2 actually. Do you want the smaller one with the round nose, the F7, or do you want the bigger SD40-2? It's your pick. The closer or the further one? Red nose, perfect. CN both have red nose. I'm assuming you mean the closer one. So I'm assuming this one, Colleen. Let me know if I've picked the wrong one. I'll change it, no problem. Yeah, the closer one. Perfect, yeah, that's the one. So we will have to change the consist a bit. This one doesn't pull as strong as because that's a Bachmann and the other one's a Kato. So give me a minute so that I can set up a nice little consist for this one, and then we'll be able to run it. Alright, sorry it took a little while, but we have it running now. Alright, so... you don't need to worry about it, Colleen. I wasn't exactly helpful with my description on my side. That one with the round nose is it's called an F7. I don't know how much you know about them. They are older diesels. The other one's an SD40 with a darker scheme, but it's the same colors, just darker. But don't worry about that. Rebel, good luck. I hope you are right, and they have dropped in price. I just hope that brass price doesn't go up enough that it's worth melting them down. So let's keep that let's keep those a secret from the brass collectors and just have brass engines for fun. I technically have a brass engine that you guys have never seen. It doesn't run well, so that's why it's not out on the layout. Like, I really do like it. I'll go see if I know where it is. I'll go see if I can take it out, but it's not gonna run on the layout. It doesn't run well. It needs some work. I'll be right back. So this is part of my, if I can find brass locos at a price like 30-50 bucks, oh, am I gonna grab it? Well, so this is it. This is exactly that. This is not a steam engine. This is a diesel engine. I will show the box first, and you guys probably, the more experienced people here will know what this is. Well, not fully what it is, but know what to expect when I show the box. So this is a Tenshodo, I think that's how you pronounce it, a Japanese manufacturer. This engine is older than my father. It's a diesel brass engine from Tenshodo from the 1960s. The horn has fallen off, just a sec. This has never been shown on the live stream or any video. I think I got this for $35 on eBay because it was broken, and all that was broken is one of the brass gears had bent, so I actually needed to remove it because I couldn't bend it back. I have this beautiful full brass Canadian Pacific GP40 or GP35 engine. It needs work. Like, some of the paint has flaked off, and the motor needs a good amount of work, but that's my my one and only brass engine that I absolutely love. I will put it on the layout, but this is not an option or to run. I just want to show it. This is one of those few that I call my private collection. I have the YouTube collection, which is the ones you guys see all the time and we use on YouTube. And then there's this. Well, you say that, but the maroon scheme for Canadian Pacific to me was always one of the most gorgeous schemes ever made. So this is my very special to me unit. My rescued $35 or $30 brass engine that I found on eBay. It was practically given away at that price. Also, this engine is even more special because Tenshodo didn't make enough for them to be serialized in terms of serial number. This was a very small batch made for a Canadian store. It was a custom order for a few out of a Canadian store in the 60s. So they're not even a serialized number or counted on. If you go through the archive of that engine, I haven't yet, Raven. I will eventually. So when I was looking through Tenshoto's catalog from 1967 to 1969, that exact model of engine was there, and there's a few hundreds out there that were made, but none of them were recorded as the CP rail. Only American road names. And I've learned later by someone in Canada that the reason that they weren't recorded was because it was such a small run of CP rail for the store that they didn't even count them online. They were just a special batch. So that one is very, very limited run, but I'm really happy with those. Like, and there's no amount of money that someone can give me that will make me sell it, because I know it's not worth enough to be given an amount big enough for to be worth giving away, right? If someone came to me and was like, I'm giving you $1 million for this, first of all, I'd be like, you're lying. No one is giving me $1 million for that brass engine. But for any reasonable amount for that brass engine, I would not sell it. It's too special as is. I intend to open it up again and clean it properly and try to make it run as good as it did when it was new. There's some details that I need to glue back on because, you know, it was made in the 60s, right? Between 1967 and 1969. It has enough years in its life to have some glue dry up, right? But I do intend to fully restore it and keep it as a display piece. So yeah, that one's not gonna run because the motor's really rough, but it is absolutely well, Clintonville put it that way. Bring the cash in front of me so I can inspect it and make sure it's real money, and we'll talk. If you have the money in hand or in a suitcase at that price, we can talk about the $1 million offer. But no, it's something I came across on eBay out of luck, and I haven't seen any online anywhere else. So because I can't replace it by another one if someone buys this one, it's not even a money problem. It's I want to keep such a special unit. So yeah, that's why I'm holding on to it, and I want to repair it. That sounds like a good thing to check, Raven. But yeah, that engine is a very special engine that most people won't see it on. Like, I won't show it on the channel most of the time because I know people will request that it runs, and it's not running great, and it's such a special piece that I don't want to risk it. So I wanted to show it tonight because I thought you guys might be interested since we're talking about brass, because I'm proud to have that brass engine. And but I'm not, it's not going anywhere, and it's not going to be used on the layout often or even on the channel often. Not because I don't want to show it, just because I don't want anything to happen to it. Too special in my mind. So yeah, that was the little I just wanted to show that one. That was my most special and unique engine, and I'll put it back in the box and put it back in storage. I just wanted to show. I'll probably get a nice display box for it because I really don't want to. I don't like that it's in the box, not being seen and enjoyed by anyone, but at the same time, I don't want it to be broken into pieces. I have the same Clintonville. I have the same thing with a Motorola weather radio from the 1960s. only see 3 ever, and 3 were different. Motorola offered me $8,000 for the radio, told them to kick rocks. You did a good thing. Like, these things are so special. There's no reason to let them go, especially for that. But that makes sense. That makes sense, Rebel. If I know of someone looking for something specific, I will absolutely get it for someone. But at the same time, things like this, there's no 2 of them. Like, the person who sold that GP Canadian Pacific only had that one for sale, and again for $35 because it was broken. Even if it would have stayed broken, it would have been perfectly fine. For $35, a nice display RAS engine, I would have been very happy with. I fixed it, it's even better, but I need to work on the motor. Also, Colleen, I hope you're liking the train. I haven't heard from you since I put it on. Back pain blues. Typing is so hard, but really enjoying it. Alright, then if you have back pain and typing makes it hard, don't. It's okay, Colleen. I just wish you a speedy recovery on your back. I'm just glad you're enjoying the stream, and I know you really like VRL, so what I'll do is for the next, I'll keep that one on for a little bit longer because I know you like it. Then we will put the I promised Raven his rotary snowplow, which I will put on, and then we'll see. We could put either a VRL or a CN to close off, because I think it was. I think that would be a nice way to end the stream, and it's only 8, and I plan on staying till at least 10, so we have at least 2 more hours. But time does fly pretty quickly when we're running trains like this, so in case I lose track of time and then we realize we only have the time for 1 or 2 more trains, I would absolutely run a VRL for you again, because I know you really like them. Thank you, Rebel. I don't know if I mentioned it while you were here, and I don't remember mentioning it on YouTube. I always do this where I buy something I really want, and only once I bought it I verify if it's a legitimate train or not, legitimate engine or not. And turns out that rotary snowplow has not been was not a thing. It was just a fantasy scheme from Athearn. I've heard a few discussion about fantasy scheme. How do we feel about them? Should manufacturer make them or not? I am the proof that they should. I understand a lot of people don't like fantasy scheme stuff, but there's a lot of people like me who enjoys certain piece of equipment, and we don't know better, or we're perfectly fine with things that never existed but you wish they did. So for that reason, I'm more than happy and more than okay. If anything, I'm happier that Athearn made it, because not only did it get us an extra sale, because I would not have bought it from an American paint scheme, not only did I buy it because they got an extra sale out of it, but also I do think they are great little machines, and they're very. I hope. I honestly wish they were a real thing. Oh, hello, Dave. Are you near me? Because if you are, I never said it online anywhere or even messaged you. I have some gifts for you if you come by. Just saying. I'm not showing you what it is, but I have some gifts for you if you come by. So if you are in a oh, St. John. Oh, okay, yeah, that's far. That's too far. So in that case, let me know when you come back home. I'll ship it to you. If you don't drive by here on your way back or on your way, I don't know if you're on your way back already or not. But if you don't drive by, let me know. I will ship it to you. But do you want me to show it on the stream or not? Would you like a surprise or would you like on stream? Go for it. All right, I'll go grab it. So, I will show it to you on this cheapo camera and then put it in the nicer camera. Actually, I'll just go in the nicer camera. So, first hint, it's a big Concord box. Second hint, you got that train not too long ago, and I bought this hoping you were coming over when we were talking about you driving by, right after you bought your Amtrak. I realize now that you already have one of those, but you can have two of those. A bi-level with the window on top. Food. I'm gonna take it out of the box so you can see it better. They're the cafe lounge with the scenic windows on top. It still has the old horn hook couplers, but I thought you could either convert it or leave it as is depending on your need. But a light new inbox. I think it was a new old stock car. So I hope you like it. And like I said, either you come pick it up on your way back, or I'll ship it to you if you don't drive by. And I have that for you. I also have 2 or 3 N-scale things that I could give to you if you do decide to do a 2x4 or even a 2x3 in a corner of your layout, like as a top. But those are not decided which one I could give you. I have a few cars and a few little knickknacks, but those will be when I ship or you come by. I'll look through it with you. And if you need a piece of track specific or whatever, I have some spares. But for the car, I was ordering the Santa Fe boxcar that's on track right now, and the green 60-footer that was earlier on track. I don't know where I put it. Oh, right there. And the seller had the car I bought for you for dirt cheap, and he was doing combined shipping, so I couldn't pass it up. So that's yours if you come by or I ship it. And and I'm gonna show you something that you just missed. I have an item that's never been on the channel other than earlier tonight, and I think. And this one is not going anywhere. I'm not giving it. I'm not selling it. It's my personal collection. It runs rough, so it's not going to be on the layout tonight. But it's my brass Canadian Pacific engine that's so rare that it's not counted in the archives of the company, but is a legitimate model from the company. This is my Tenshodo Canadian Pacific GP35 Maroon Scheme engine. This is from between 1967 and 1969. Don't know. It's an official model from the company, but it was a special order from a Montreal train store, so it's not even listed in their archive. This is the official box with the lettering proving that it was painted by the company. It works, but rough, so it needs some more work, but this is part of my private collection, I call it, where it's more for me than for the channel. It's not going to see a lot of runtime, but will probably be on display most of the time when I get a more complete layout. So I thought it was it's my special brass engine. So Rebel, Concord, N-scale stuff. I'm trying to think. I have a lot of cars from them. They work fine, I guess. Not the best, but they're really nice. I'm trying to think. I don't think I have any engines from them. Not that I can remember. Raven, age hates N-scale. I mean, I can see why. I still have most of my... Well, I have my N-scale up and running, and I really enjoy it. I did so much work on my mountain and my new rotary snowplow that I couldn't not run the HO scale tonight. I couldn't pass it off. Concord J3A. I'd love to see that. Going back to fantasy stuff, toying with getting the GS4 two-tone gray Lark scheme. I mean, if you want it, it doesn't matter that it's fantasy. If you like it, go for it. It's that simple. And I've been explaining the reason. So DIY and Jimmy from DIY and Digital explained from his contacts at railroad companies why they make fantasy schemes. Often it's not just because they want more sale to finance the tooling of that unit. Stuff like my rotary snowplow, which has been rerun and just did some fantasy scheme on half of them. The reason they do that is those finance other project that they are short on cash. So I'd highly recommend watching his video. And I know he's more specialized in N-scale stuff, but that specific question applied to every scale as to why companies do multiple reruns of popular engines. And I'm saying engines, but it could be freight cars, box cars, stuff like that. My rotary snowplow is an example. Why they do multiple rerun and multiple fantasy scheme is because they can reuse the same tooling every time they do reruns, saving them some development costs. And if they can sell enough amounts, they can not only gain enough money to pay off those tooling and get a little bit of profit to reinvest in the company, but also enough to finance a smaller batch of something more different and special that that a smaller group wants. So I'll just go put my brass engine back, and I might switch the engine to the rotary snowplow for Raven. What does Raven says? Raven, if you decide to get rid of that BNO Steam and Loco, let me know. Send me an email on my email on the channel. I'd be I'm not letting a nice steamer just go like that. Let me know. Send me an email. So Clintonville, that's pretty much the point of view I have on my real model world, is that I run modern stuff. Like my era is modern, like 90s to early 2000s, because I still want some of these modern engine. But in my model world, my fantasy world, I guess, I enjoy. I like to think that the older engines weren't scrapped for metal. They were kept clean by the company. That's why none of my rolling stock is getting any weathering. It's kept clean by the company, and they maintain their older engines as a heritage program. And that's why my N scale still runs steam engines as what is it called, the excursion trains, and that it has all eras of diesel engines, because I'd like to think that companies decided that these older cars had a special something by being a heritage unit or something special, and they just kept it and kept running it. That's also why I have a P42 Via Rail, but also an E8 on the same layout. It's because I'd like to think that Via Rail would have kept one of their E8 in mint condition and kept running it. Just maintain the motor so that it stays nice. Oh, hi, Paul. Check the red box art when it comes up to you. The one turn it seems to derail itself. Oh, thank you. I thought it was very shaky, but I didn't know it was derailing itself. When it comes toward me, you said. So I'm assuming this camera? Let's see if it derails and re-rails itself. It could be because that turnout has been very bouncy for a lot of cars. I heard the clack of it getting back on track, but I didn't see it off the track, so not that camera. Okay. So which camera do you see it go off the track? The top left, which is where the train is right now. Top right, which is the one I showed. Bottom right, bottom left, which is the one where it goes. So right now, is it derailed? All four are on tracks. The big bottom left. Okay, so over there. Okay, I'll go check over there. So either it didn't do it when I checked, or it's not a... Or it's just a, how do it call it? An optical illusion on the camera, because it's staying on track. The car is shaky, but it's not derailed. It's just really shaky. Yeah, it's a really shaky car. The weights, I placed some weights in it because it was really light. It helped with the stability, but not the shakiness. Also, the frogs on my layouts are pretty deep, so it shakes the car even more. Yeah, exactly, Clintonville. Just bought it on eBay. HO Brass Western Pacific 46 Japan 1970 needs TLC, no box, 140. Not bad. The unfortunate part with eBay is they take such a large cut off of a sale that it seems a high price for what it is, and the seller's making about 60% of that price. Last time I checked, eBay was taking at least 35% of the sale, which is unfortunate. So when we get good deals, the seller really are not making any money, knowing that eBay took 35% of it. Shipping was free. Okay, that's an American thing. We don't get such a thing as free shipping in Canada, unfortunately. So I'll take this train off the track, and we will put the rotary snowplow for a few laps, as I promised to Rebel, not Rebel, to Raven, and then we will enjoy that, and then run some VRL afterwards. So I hope you enjoy it. You enjoyed it, Colleen. I know you said you did, but I will run a VRL afterwards. I just want to also make Rebel happy because he didn't get his he wasn't here when I ran the rotary snowplow earlier, and it's a really special unit. I really like it, and it seems to be a popular unit amongst everyone here, so I'm glad. I'm glad I'm not the only one who likes it. So we will switch to DCC, turn on the track, turn on track where the DCC engines are parked. We'll move the P42 out of the way first. Well, Raven, I would highly recommend it. Those Athearn snowplows are just fun. I know exactly which ones you're talking about, the older ones. Just to let you know, these newer ones, the box says it has a new tooling. I believe them. Well, not this generation, but the generation right before this one, but newer than the older Athearn ones with the rubber bands. Had a newer tooling with more pronounced detail. But honestly, it's clearly the exact same thing, just newer with a bit more details. I would, if you have the older one in good condition, I don't think it's worth buying a new one like I did. I think it's worth to just motorize that one. It's just I didn't have any, and I wanted I wanted a new one. I wanted one in the first place, and that one was at a decent price. Alright, so 40, 30, we'll go I'll go grab the unpowered B unit. Paul, I wish I could as well. I don't have any of the equipment to make it run like that. But that's a nice train in Red Dead Redemption 2. He really did a good job in that game. I saw someone on Reddit who made a whole Red Dead Redemption 2 layout with the train and everything. I need to look that up. I need to find that and send it in the chat here. Red Dead Redemption 2 layout. A full... Of course I can't find it when I want to show you guys, but I know for a fact that someone made it. Give me a minute, I need to find this because it was such a nice on top of this year. Where did I find the Red Dead layout? It was such a cool layout. So I'll share my screen. It's gonna be easier to show you guys. So I need to add the screen. Display capture. Main monitor. Oh, add existing laptop screen. Okay. So now you guys are seeing. So here's the layout. This is gorgeous. And you can see in the back the train right there of the layout. He made the actual characters of the game. Lots of 3D printing according to the whoever posted it. And that's the train from the game. So don't worry, Dave. I just wanted to show you the I just wanted to show you what you got and my my brass engine, which by the way, that brass engine is not new to me. Not only is it not new at all, but it's not even new to me. I just thought it was a special thing to have and to show. So yeah, don't worry, Dave. I understand the drive was very long. I hope you enjoyed it, honestly. And let me know if you have any updates or question about the area, because we're Monday. There's a train shop in Moncton, but the guy works during the day and can only he opens only on Saturdays, but if you message him in advance, he can make an appointment with you. But I don't know, since he's working tomorrow, well, he works during the week, if he would be able to open for you, depending on your time. But if you want, Dave, just let me know. I can get you I can send you the name of the shop in Moncton that has lots of good deals on used trains. otherwise, I'm glad that you like it. It is a beautiful and very quiet province. Like, it's really not busy. St. John is actually the least nicest city in New Brunswick, by the way. And as you can see, it's really not that bad. So, if you need any information, send me a message. I'm at work tomorrow, but I'm allowed to have my phone with me, so I can answer my phone at any point in time. Just send me a message, or even I can give you my phone number and give me a call if you want. I can absolutely help you for New Brunswick. I don't know much about Nova Scotia though. So, oh. I've talked to him a little while ago. I've gamed with him, I think a week or so ago. He's doing great, just busy with life. I think it was a week ago. It was him and Larry. Everything was fine. He was just busy. So, alright. It didn't latch. Of course, no copulation, just when Dave is here. So, Clintonville, right there. So, I saw, but I don't have any rubber band driven. The one I had seen, the older kits, the shell was clipping to the body by the sides, which is the same clip that the new one uses. But the difference was the rubber band was what was holding the truck in. So you might need to have a screw there. It does, Dave. Also, for history, if it's not St. John, Fredericton, which I think I don't know if you went through or drove by. Beautiful city as well. Reminds me a lot of an English version of Quebec City with all the old buildings and old infrastructure. So it's very nice to visit. St. John is a beautiful mix. And then Moncton, if you'll probably have to drive through it, or at least beside it through the highway. I'd recommend you drive through it because the old section of the town in Moncton is beautiful and has old architecture, but has a lot of new stuff, and it's a booming city. The city of Dieppe, which is attached to Moncton, is all new. And Riverview, which is the other side of the river, beautiful, quiet residential area. But those are all places to visit when you're staying. I know you are driving to somewhere else, so depending on what you do, you might not have the time. But if you like more modern stuff, Dieppe will be the place to be. But Moncton and Riverview has a charm. Moncton, like I said, being a old commercial, industrial, and just old buildings, and Riverview is just a beautiful residential area. Alright, so, no, the band doesn't hold the truck. Okay, then the model I saw was either different or broken. Alright, so let's move this forward. I hate when it does that. Alright, so let's go grab this and go grab the rotary snowplow, and we'll be able to run it. Oh, I know, but while they could have had a model like that, it could have been the one I saw, since it was in a store in a used bin for cheap, that it was just someone who tried to modify it and didn't work out properly, right? So it really depends on what they've been releasing that rotary snowplow for years. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few different models out there of different ways of making them work. Oh, good night, Clintonville. It was nice, nice having you here and nice discussions. Thank you for coming. I know they're going slow right now, but I like the slow operations like the real ones. They wouldn't blast through the yard with those, with that being pulled. Also, Dave, one last thing about St. John. The reason most people don't like it in New Brunswick, since there's an oil refinery and a big paper mill, half of the year it smells bad. That's the real problem with St. John. that's the reason why most people aren't a fan of St. John. Half of the year it smells bad because of the industries. Beautiful place for railroads though. There's the NB Southern over there, which looks like the old Southern paint scheme with green and yellow writing. There's a few companies that have that paint scheme. I want a model. I pre-ordered a model of one of those engines, but yeah, that's and they have a club there that does a show a year every. They do a train show every year, once a year at the end of October, which I attended last year and I intend to go back this year. Really nice show, small but nice. Thank you. Thank you, Raven. Alright, so 40, 30. And let's go, well, backward for the engine, but forward for the rotary snowplow. Let's not go too fast because it wouldn't be realistic. So I need power rectifiers and capacitors in the rotary snowplow because it easily loses power, unfortunately. But as you see, it still looks really nice and it works really well. Very happy with it. And right now, I'm... Thank you. I tried to do something a little different. it came black, and then the other kit was the red. I decided to switch it up a little. The F7B and the black F7B and the red F7A are powered and speed match, so works quite well. I needed to do some speed matching because they don't have either the same gearing or the same motor, but they're not working exactly the same. For the rotary snowplow, I have no idea what motor is in there, but it works fine. A little noisy, but works great. Everything's greased and lubed up. It just, the pickups aren't the best, so that's why it stutters a little bit. I'll probably just end up putting a bridge rectifier and a bunch of capacitors. And as I was saying, this is the point where I'm really happy I put the red markers on the engine, because right now it makes a total sense to have red markers on that engine, pushing backward the snowplow like this. Sorry, Samia is worse as it smells all year long with the petrochemicals plant. Oh, that must be bad. Eye-watering, Colleen. Poor. I feel bad for you guys. It can't be fun. That must be cool. Like I said, mine. I'm not planning on making mine DCC yet because I want to focus on my engines first, as it works as is. I do want to do. I do intend to make it DCC at some point, but even then, I don't think I'll make it sound. Just as is very fine with me. So, what could we do in the meantime? I'm gonna check something. The track seems to get dirty. Yeah, there's some dirty spots on the track. I might clean it a little so that it stops stuttering. Oh. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so why does it stutter here? That's dirty for sure. They have feeders right there that track soldered together, so it has to be a dirty thing, because it's probably gonna stutter anyways, just because I'm on a live stream, but at least I've cleaned the excess. So will the engine stutter? Because both did, so clearly it's not it's the track the issue. And it didn't this time, so I guess it was a track. And it's clean now. Oh, it stuttered there. Alright, so it's not, I'm not completely clear. I'm really tempted to find decoders with keep alives because, like, those micro stutter are just enough to ruin the realism without being too bad to prevent operation. So I don't know. I really enjoy the whole the whole DCC thing, but for some reason, these stutters feels worse on DCC than they feel on DC. It's like if DCC locks the motor when it stutters, as opposed to the giant flywheel on DC engines, which these engines have the same engine with the same flywheel. So I don't understand why, when it stutters, it locks automatically, while DC, it just the flywheel made it spin a bit for a while. It wasn't as bad on DC. I'm not sure why it's like that on DCC. I need to investigate this. Also, the wheels on those engines might be dirty because I've been running them a lot this weekend, and the F7A has ran a lot in the past few months, and I don't think I've ever cleaned those wheels. They just work, so. Alright, so it's 9 o'clock. So are those wheels full metal wheels or just metal axle? Okay, so that's a full plastic wheel. That's one of those plastic wheels on metal axle. Okay, not what I thought. So, I'll give this one a few more laps and then we might switch to VRL. I'm gonna use the E8 because I just love that engine so much. It just, such a gorgeous unit. He was here earlier, but I'm pretty sure he's doing his live stream right now. But James at Dundas Junction, bought one of the few left at OVR of my E8, and he loves it just as much as I love mine. When are you adding lights to the rotary? This week, I guess. I mean, I really wanted to, but I didn't know when. If you people want me to add it, I will absolutely put that on the priority list. Technically, I already did. There's a faint glow. If I turn off the lights in my basement, you'll see a faint glow from the cab. I put an interior light, but because the power is so low, it barely turns on. But yeah, it's there is one inside. I need to put two outside as headlights. So if requested, I will add some as a top priority item to do on that train. Why are you stuttering? Track's clean. It's like the firebox on my shake. It's there, but you can hardly see it unless the lights are off. Yep. You love those caps. Don't say you hate it. You love them. You always use them. I'll turn off my lights for a second to see if we can see it, but I don't know how the cameras will enjoy the lights turned off. I'm giving it a try. We'll see what happens. So, of course, the frame rate is going to be lower, and the image quality is not going to be as good, but this is just temporary, so we can see if we'll be able to see the lights. I don't even think we'll be able to. Yeah, you can kind of see it in the cab right now. Yeah, right now you can see it in the cab. It's faint, but it's there. I like it that way because it really adds a neat little glow. Like, it's not too overbearing, but it's still there. Right now what I'm liking is seeing the red glow on the from the engine onto the freight cars. So yeah, that was the and I'm back. Now you guys are seeing me again. Why did you stutter? There's no reason for you to stutter. So, alright, it's 9 o'clock. We will we'll give a break to the rotary snowplow. I'm not saying it's done for tonight. I'm saying it's done for now. We're going to run the V-Rail. We're going to run the only engine that hasn't ran from V-Rail tonight, which is my E8. There's no way to negotiate this one out of me. I like that engine way too much. So that is that. I just need to stop the engine somewhere. Because everything... I only have one powered, well, on a switch, one siding that's powered, but on a switch. So I don't know if I'll be able to fit the whole train. I might have to just take it off the track. I think I will. Thank you very much, Raven. So, I need to check the exact years, but this exact E8 with this exact road number was only ran for 1 year. CP got that one with that road number, but their paint for early 1960s till it transferred over to V-Rail. Then Via Rail transferred it over, painted that scheme, but a year later renumbered it. So Via Rail 1802. Via Rail, oops, 1802. 1978, but only a year, so 1979 was renumbered to 1899. So, fun fact, that exact train that's running right now, that was an accident. I wish I could take credit, but I can't. CP Rail had that engine with identical or very near identical cars to these ones from Montreal to Saint John, called the Atlantic Express. And then when Via Rail took over, they kept that train, stopped it for a while, brought it back from the end of 80s till the mid 90s until they stopped it forever. Meaning that this train, and when Via Rail used it, they used an E unit for a few years on that run, and CP Rail used. So this exact train with almost that exact consist of passenger car ran in Saint John, well, up until Saint John, where Dave is currently at. It's been since the early 90s that it hasn't been there, and they had stopped using the E unit prior to that. But this was a thing that ran in New Brunswick. It was an accident, but now that I know about it, I'm incredibly happy to have something that it's been long forgotten by multiple people, including, I didn't know about myself until recently. So I have a piece of history that was long forgotten by a lot of people in my basement, which while I do enjoy trains in general for the engineering and the design, I do also enjoy the history aspect of it. And this is a part of it. Owning certain locomotives as pieces of history, like that E8. There's one engine I've been chasing for years, but I haven't found one at a reasonable price. There's a CN steam engine parked and display in Moncton, New Brunswick. It was a CN J7A class. That beauty of an engine ran in New Brunswick during World War II to bring soldiers from anywhere in New Brunswick to Saint John so that they can go to war. And unfortunately, the city of Moncton did not maintain their display. CN gave that engine to the city of Moncton to display instead of scrapping it for history purposes. And unfortunately, they did not maintain it, and it's in very bad shape right now, and they're not doing anything about it. But I'm afraid that if I speak up about it, they'll just remove it instead of bring it back. So one of my biggest goal for model railroading is finding, and I saw one brass engine for $2,500 of a class J7A with a CN spec'd out, like exactly as the one was, just a different road number. Getting a model of a class J7A and then renumbering it for the one that's in display in Moncton. So if something happens to the real one, at least I'll have a model of it as a piece of history. I absolutely do care about this, and I think that keeping things like that as a piece of history is absolutely a good way to go about it. I wish we could keep the real one and maintain the real one, but I don't have the funds to maintain a real engine, so that's not happening. But hi Jeff. So yeah, the part of history about trains that is, while a lot of enthusiasts try starting a fund, I need to start contacting the city to see if they do something about it with the fund. I don't know what they do. I think oh man, they put it in a park where there's no tracks anywhere near, so the best course of action would be if someone would come pick up the engine and bring it to a museum to restore, which that would cost millions. I don't have that money, and even if I did a GoFundMe or whatever, I don't think it'll pick up enough for that. I wish we could, but I think the one thing I can do is save money and get myself a model of it, so that I have at least like my display, my souvenir, like my piece of history. I don't know what else I could do other than that, because I don't think there's enough of a movement in New Brunswick to bring it back to life. Like they also have a tank in a World War II plane, like a World War II tank and a World War II plane displayed there, and it was a person that had his own company that did metal work that comes and volunteers his time and tools to maintain the other piece of World War II history that they have there. So, and I'm not skilled enough to restore a steam engine, a real one, anyways. So that's why I'm like, if I'd hear of a group that'd be willing to help, and I'd absolutely give some help, but I don't have the capacity to organize such a restore. I don't want to see it go away, but I don't have the capacity to organize something like this. So yeah, if we stay positive, I do intend to get a model of that engine, to have at least a model of the piece of history, and as a start of that history, my current Via Rail train running is a piece of history that was just mostly forgotten about, and I'm very happy to report I have this model, and I will keep running it, and I will mention it if anyone asks. So this is the Atlantic Express that ran from Montreal to Saint John. Not that my layout represents the Atlantic Express or that area, I like the train itself. Also, for people who weren't there earlier, I need to show you something. Not as prototypical, but just fun. We did modify one of my trains today. I added someone to ride the caboose. I thought it would be a neat little thing. He's holding on to the ladder and is riding on the caboose while the train runs around. I thought it was a neat little display. And I always find it more fun when I have figurines on riding the cars. I do intend on adding lighting and people inside my passenger cars. This is just a later project. I really want to finish my track work first and start the scenery before going ham on the details, because while having very nicely detailed trains is nice, you'll never get the full effect and the full enjoyment of those details if they don't have a proper layout to run on. So that's why my track work and scenery is my priority right now. But if a good deal passes on for a train, I will not let it go. I will buy it before it goes. Man, does that train look good. The E8 units are such gorgeous units. By far my favorite diesels ever. So it's 9:15. We will end the stream at 10. It's 9:15 for people my time zone, or temporary Dave's time zone. It's 9:15 right now, and we will end at 10:15. I have to work for the rest of the week, so also I do have a few YouTube shorts. Oh, that would have been very neat, Rebel. I feel like that would be a model power thing. They've done a lot of little things with lights for a while. But yeah, I already filmed a few YouTube shorts that I will upload during the week. I will work on the layout during the week, but I don't intend on releasing any content because right now it's a really busy time at work. Working for a post-secondary school makes it makes it busy when school starts. Working for any school environment, so I will work on the layout on my own time, and I will release a few YouTube shorts when I enjoy what I've been doing, but I don't think I will be able to release any new videos during the week. This was a long weekend for me, so that's why I filmed and released a few videos. I do have a video filmed but not edited or released yet about my N scale stuff. If I have time to edit it this week, I will and release that, but I don't want to make up any promises, so keep that in mind. If you don't see me a lot this week, I will be on the live stream next Monday, but I don't know if I'll release any content other than the YouTube shorts this week. Also, on another positive note, I hit over 270 subscribers today. Very happy about that. Let's see the exact amount right now. I think I saw 271 today. Oh, I got up to 272. Well, thank you everyone. I gotta really I really have to thank every single one of you for subscribing and encouraging me like you have been. I had actually a dollar moment this summer and it's been picking back up, so very excited about this. I want to thank you all for smack the like button. I mean, if there's one thing that I've noticed, is that the most consistent love I get and most consistent viewership, even though it's my lower number, but my more rewarding number, is the live streams. Live streams like tonight, where I think it went great. And it's not done, I'm just saying it as so far. The amount of appreciation I get from you guys, the interaction I get from you guys, the back and forth, makes it so much more fun. Like, normal videos are nice because I get to work on my layout in my own time and I have music in the background and stuff. And the shorts are okay, nice. I mean, they're more there to help promote the channel because for some reason it always pushes my content into India and Indonesia. I don't know why. They're the ones seeing my shorts. And I know how it sounds like. I mean, my YouTube shorts. But for the live streams, even though it's my lowest viewership amount, it's my most rewarding amount, and it's the one I appreciate the most. Having you guys here, talking to you guys, is definitely the most fun. And I actually have no idea why it's sending my I put Canada as the type of content in it, and it's just and it says that 90% of my viewership is from India and Indonesia. I'm like, okay, why? Okay, I mean, I'm not gonna say no to views, but it's a very odd place to push my content, YouTube. I will have to admit, the ease of making of a YouTube Shorts, where I can just press pause, play on my phone to film it, makes it very easy to film around the layout, and it's a much easier type of content to make, but it's not as interactive. The full YouTube videos require a lot of work, not just to film and think about the angles, where you probably see a lot of times where you don't see my face because I'm bad at filming, but also a lot of time of editing, so they're a lot of effort for what they are. But they're a good amount of effort to set up the cameras and the microphone and everything, but they're not too demanding, and I get to enjoy the trains more than anything, and I get direct interaction, so I know that I'm doing what you guys want to see. It's the best way to not put effort in something you guys don't want to see. This gives you exactly what you want to see. So that's why I think this is the most rewarding and the nicest one. Believe it or not, there's a strong love of model railroading in those two countries. I believe you, Rebel. I'm just surprised that they decided to love my Canadian railroading, model railroading, instead of, you know, local railroading. They also have trains, and I expected they'd enjoy their trains. Like, there's nothing wrong with their trains, but I'm just used to seeing Canadian ones, so I'm like, yeah, that's the ones I like. So I expected that they'd see it the same way for their country's train. But, I mean, whatever floats their boats, which make mine floats. That must be incredible. I do not have the talent to do so. So clearly they are doing something right. That if the community over there is that talented, that would explain why they prefer my my completed section of the N scale layout. Like, the viewership is much higher on those. I do have to agree, Colleen. The live streams are much nicer for the interaction with the community. It's a more direct interaction and more lively one. I still hope you guys and gals enjoy the regular videos I do, and I will still do the regular videos because not everyone can attend live stream. Some people just want a quicker video to watch on the side. So I understand why some people prefer regular videos, and sometimes I prefer watching regular videos over live streams. But I do think this is a but I will not stop like live streams with my channel. Even if something happens and I don't make as much content, live stream will stay up. Yeah. I saw that interesting image. Semi-talented, although my models reflect Pablo Picasso's on me. Oh man, that's a good one, Rebel. Oh yes, it is. Unfortunately tonight, since it's HO scale night, we're not going to see the bullet train, but that one will definitely on my next N scale live stream. The bullet train will definitely come back. It's not only a fan favorite, but it's also a personal favorite. So it's a great model to have. I'm trying to think. What could we run for the last train? Does anyone have any suggestion to run for the last train? Any preference, any requests? I'm open to everyone in the chat. I know I didn't put any models like I usually do, but ask away, and if I do, I'll run it. We could run the Blue Devil. That one hasn't ran in a while. The CN Blue Devil. That's a nice unit. Let me know in the chat if you guys want to see either the CN Blue Devil or something else for the last train. Because while this one is really nice, we could also run something else for the last. Or if you guys want to keep this one, we can. It's really up to you. Good choice, Blue Devil. Alright, we will do that. So I'll build another consist for it. You're gonna have to give me a minute or so. But we will. Hi, I had a good time. I know it's Tim. Yeah, well, so Tim, the what happened is today was Labor Day, so I had a day off. So I thought I had some stuff to do at home before, but I got free at 4:15, and I decided to just eat through the stream and just enjoy enjoy the train as much as I can, and have a slightly longer show. And because of that, I got to see people that aren't able to come in the stream. At the beginning, I had Chris from Go VR Go Home. I had who did I have? I'm so bad with names. I'm so sorry if I forget you. Some people have been here since the beginning, which kudos to all of you. I had, who else did I see that I was surprised? We have Paul that was new, first timer here. Glad to see him here. I saw, I know someone else came in. I was surprised. I feel like James came in before his stream, so that was nice. James from Dundas Junction. So that's Jeff. I like to show how to do landscaping. I have been getting no one 00099. So I don't know why, Jeff. I've watched a lot of your videos and the view counter doesn't display that I've watched your videos for whatever reason. I saw some videos that said 1 views or 2 views or 0 views, and I watched it and rewatched it 2 or 3 times to make sure that the view counted, and it didn't show any views. So I don't know why, Jeff, but I do absolutely watch your content. I haven't had time to watch your content today, but I absolutely did. Hi, Great Northern 70, Greg. I am setting up the Blue Devil for, well, I'm talking to you guys right now, but I'm about to, Dan has been there for a long time. I'm attempting to set up the Blue Devil, a consist for the Blue Devil, and we will be running that after. When I say after, I mean when I move the Via out of the way, but I will set up a consist right now for the Blue Devil. Oh, hi, Rouser. Huh? You have a great face for radio, Raven. Ha! Don't we all? So for me, YouTube has been an on and off thingy. You need to have a balance of pushing content, but not too much. It needs to be a certain length. It needs certain things for YouTube itself to pick up and push through the algorithm. It's a really weird system. Good night, Jeff. It was nice seeing you here. If there's something, you can always message me or something on YouTube, and I'll try to help you with your YouTube. But I really can't give you much of an advice because I'm at 272 subscriber, which is big. But I've looked at some other YouTubers' chats and history, and they grew 272 subscriber in their first month, and me, it's been over a year. So it's a very slow progress for me. It's a steady but slow progress. So keep that in mind. The growth is very, very different for everyone. Hi August, glad to see you here. Just give me a minute, I'm building a consist for the Blue Devil and I'll be right there. This'll be nice. Alright, so... Yeah, I haven't been on the Scots Rail Discord for a little while. Not that I don't want to answer anyone, just doesn't happen often. I'm trying to be on Discord more. I even have my own Discord for the channel, so if any one of you has Discord and want to join me, you can, but you'll have to message me, like do a @ and then my name if you want to be... if you want an answer from me, because I don't get notification for just joining, and I don't have and I don't go out on Discord often enough. No worries. No worries, August. There's no need to apologize. You are allowed to have your own thing to do in life. I appreciate your presence. That's all that counts for me, the fact that you showed up. But even if you didn't, if you're busy or you thought it was another day, being Labor Day time off could be a could be just confusing. I even myself almost forgot to live stream today, and instead I went the other way around. When I realized I could and it was Monday, I decided to start earlier. But it was a pretty impromptu decision, by the way. It's not, don't worry about that. Don't go too far. I will actually attach here and send that over. Oh, derailment, because I forgot to flip the switch. My bad. You know what? Screw it. Another car. Because why not? The longer the better, right? Oh, I'm coupling already off to a great start. Okay, it's back. Let's go pick it up with the Blue Devil. I think it would be actually nicer if we actually did a little bit of operations. Alright, let's turn off the VIA and go pick up with the Blue Devil. Hello, Mr. Shades. I again take my knowledge with a grain of salt, Rebel. No, not Rebel, Rouser Rebels. My understanding is, just a sec. I'm just making sure it coupled. Yep, it did. Alright. So the Blue Devil, it was a special order from LMSX, a locomotive rental company in the States that ordered engines at the same time as Conrail, so they spec'd it out like the Conrail units, but for themselves. And then Illinois Central did what I would think would be called a permanent lease, I guess. I'm not sure how to call this. But they leased it for just a second there. My VRL is now pulling my freight stuff. Nice. So yeah, it Conrail, LMSX ordered some, but then Illinois Central rented permanently to the point where they tagged their Illinois Central on the LMSX engines. But then later, when CN came in and bought Illinois Central, they bought out the leases for these engines from LMSX. But CN, being CN during that era, which was no effort whatsoever towards paint schemes, decided to go ahead and just patch it over everything. But their patch really didn't hold, so it just ended up with a lot of branding all around within a few years. I'm just moving the VIA out of the way, pulling the freight, which shouldn't have happened, but you know, it happened. So yeah, that's the story behind the Blue Devil. It's not that it's CN trying to do a new scheme. It was just that period of time when they were too lazy to fully repaint engines. They were just going ahead and they just went ahead and patched stuff. So this came from Illinois Central, but from a rental company that Illinois Central was permanently leasing from. And CN, when they bought it, they bought out the lease and bought the engines. So that's where the Blue Devil comes from. I'm a bit bummed about my VIA consist. Never check if period of time for me, and it's out of period for something like a decade or more. Myra is from, yeah, so VIA, there's not a single VIA that will fit your consist. The unfortunate thing is that VIA only started existing in the mid-70s, and the first few years it was just a mix of paint schemes because they were slowly repainting stuff. They weren't doing all at once. So if you want passenger service in Canada in your era, you'll have either small short lines or CN and CP for the big road names in terms of consists. So unfortunately there won't be any VIA in your time period, but you can do what I do and just not care about that and enjoy the trains that you want to enjoy. Your railroads, your rules. You can say that in your world, Via Rail started coexisting in the 60s, if you want. I don't know. There's no reason not to, because all the equipment that Via used in the 70s and early 80s was equipment bought from CN and CP. So there's no reason not to. Let's take the Blue Devil and go pick up the rest of the train, and then we'll be able to move out the Via out of the way, and we'll And to answer some of your questions, well, not answer some of your question, but to preface what your guys' comment. I model 2010 with an engine that has a paint scheme from 2020 in a world where Burlington Northern and Santa Fe never merged, but do have shared cars. That's the best way I could put it. That would be my my railroads, and that would apply for both the HO scale and N scale. Say that again, please. Yep. So, wait, my railroad years or the or what was happening with my with the CN Blue Devil? So, Greg, just let me know if you're asking me about the Blue Devil's history or the my railroads era. Those are two very different things, but two things I've said that I believe. Era? Okay, so my railroad is between 2010 and 2015, with the exception of my P42 that has a paint scheme of 2020. We don't talk about that. Let's just pretend that it was there in 2015. But in my fictitious world, Burlington Northern and Santa Fe never merged, but did do a partnership where they share some rolling stock and some and have a paint scheme in common for said rolling stock, but they are still separate, and the black and green scheme is still very prominent. That would be my my railroad. It's honestly, it's simply because I want to do modern stuff. But I like the black and green. That's the only reason. Also, in my, as I mentioned earlier, on my railroad, they still use caboose because nothing replaces 2 or 3 humans for to make sure everything's correct, and they still They still use their older equipment. They just maintain it and keep it clean. So, well, technically, August, you're not wrong for the Blue Devil being tied to Conrail, in the sense that it was ordered by a company at the same time as Conrail, and they just said, give us what Conrail wants, which ended up with the same blue and everything. So it is technically a Conrail Dash 8, but it was never owned by Conrail. It was just built like a Conrail, and it was leased to Illinois Central for its entire life until CN bought Illinois Central, where it bought the leased engine with it. I mean, the world is trying to go AI. I don't like AI. There's some applications where some specially made AI can work. Not for most, though. And there's no such thing as a very knowledgeable good language model. Those ChatGPT and Microsoft Copilot and stuff, these chatbots, they're a big problem. I'm not gonna get into it. This is another opinion that I'm trying to get away from. But I hate those AIs. I just have a huge problem with them. End of story. I'm not getting more into it, but just know that they're not great. I work in IT and I refuse to use them for 95% of their stuff. I'm not worried that AI takes over. I'm worried that some not knowledgeable leaders uses AI to make decision, not knowing that those AIs are bad. That's more my issue. Well, that's another story, Jack. Remote control. It's great until there's a connection issue. So yeah, for the for Greg, what he was saying, I like to run trains that went through Minnesota, starting with Great Northern up to BNSF. I think that's a great way to build your own railroad, not limiting yourself to an era, or honestly, just there. You should never limit yourself. You just should run what you want to run. If you want to reproduce a specific era or area, there's absolutely places for that, because it's your railroad. You do what you want. What I don't believe in is saying, oh, I really wish I could run that train, but unfortunately my layout's era is wrong. No, if you like the train, enjoy it. It's your layout. So, oh, yes. August. What's that well-saturated blue-covered hopper Procore? So, it is a Procore. The camera makes it exaggerated, the well-saturated, but it is a very, very blue car. That is a Rapido car I got used like new from the hobby shop in Moncton. I'll go grab the box. It was a Rapido special run for a specific store. I didn't know that. All I know is it says that on the box, and it looks gorgeous. So I'll go grab it. I'll go grab the box. So, Procore 5720 covered hopper, UNPX blue car. That is the box. I'll show it on camera. This is the Rapido box with the writing. And as you can see, there's a small sticker, exclusive car from Spring Creek Mall Railroad. Never heard of them. clearly a legit place if they got an exclusive car. I got it used, so it says something else underneath, but I can't read it. Anyways, I got it used, so it wasn't at that store. But I'm so very happy about it that I couldn't not buy it. Yeah, August. So I I did something similar a while back. I don't think I have it on camera, but for a while I was running an FP9A from Via Rail side by side with my Shinkansen, which existed in the same era, in the same years, but at opposite side of the world. Unfortunately, I sold that FP9A, which I regret. But the idea is the same. Running trains that way is perfectly fine. So I know you said you were disappointed that it didn't fit your era, but I really don't think you should worry about it so much. What you can do is have a staging spot where you don't see those trains when you're not running them, so the layout without a train stays within era. But when you feel like running those trains, you take them out of that staging area and bring them onto the layout. That could be an idea if you want to keep it prototypical to your layout. But I refuse to believe that people should hold themselves from buying a train they like just because it's not of the appropriate era. I might be a bad influence making you people buy stuff, but I don't feel bad if it makes you guys happy. And gals, by the way. Colleen, you are absolutely included in this conversation. You are allowed to buy whatever you want if you can afford it. I can't wait to have more scenery, well, to have some scenery done on this layout. I feel like there's so many details lost on my trains because they're just against a piece of plywood. Just the fact that I have a mountain with a crack in it, just the fact that I have that already makes a difference because the train hides itself and then comes back further down. And it's shaped like a mountain, even though it's newspapers made out of newspaper. I saw that Canadian Shield 9mm was very happy that I showed this method, even though as I mentioned, it was not my first method, like my method. It was something I found and wanted to try. I do think it's a great thing to show the simplicity, how you can make a nice mountain. Being that this is cardboard, newspaper, water, and glue. It's cheap and effective. There's some materials that is built more specifically for this. But you don't need those materials to make something nice. And I think that showing that it's a more accessible thing for a lot of people definitely is a good way to keep the hobby alive. I will go out and say right now something that is just a plan for later. I think, well, I know for a fact that I enjoy more doing small layouts because small layouts are easier to see progress on because you don't have to do a lot to see a big difference. And it doesn't feel as overwhelming. I do absolutely intend to do a simple N scale layout, maybe a 2x3 or 3x3 foot, or even 2 separate modules or something like that. Something small and simple, so that we can, so that people can see that even when they have very little space, very little budget, they can still build a nice layout. And I'm not going to use model train shows for stuff because I know not everyone has access to those. So I'll try to be as simple as possible. and also as cheap as possible while still do a nice product. Expect more papier mâché in that in that build, but what I was thinking is maybe do it partially temporarily, like the track and the buildings and the cars would be removable, but the ground would be steady and scenic so that it can be stored more easily without breaking. I have a few ideas in mind, nothing set in stone, but I do think that I could maybe inspire some people to build small, portable, or small, cheap layouts to build at home. Even if you live in a small apartments, you could store it easily. If I can stack them and assemble stuff, I think it would help a lot of people in the scene to keep going and to actually start something. And what I will do for pricing is I will find deals on eBay as examples, but I will not buy them. I will just show them or talk about them, so I don't steal that deal from someone else. Rebel has built suitcase train layouts and pizza box layouts. Yeah, something similar. I was thinking of maybe like a N scale 2x4, but that could be divided in 4 pieces, and depending on how you divide it, you could rearrange it and you could stack them to store them. I have a few ideas, nothing set in stone, but I have a few ideas. And if I can make something like this, people who don't have space for a permanent layout, if you can store these pieces properly without damaging anything, and you can dismantle some parts, I think it would allow people to build something without being without feeling stuck, and also easy to move, because people who don't have space usually rent, and moving is a big problem when you do permanent layouts. So that could be another way to help the community, because more and more people are in apartments where they can't build permanent layouts. And if you want the hobby to continue, you need to find solution to that new reality. So that's how I see it. And also, life is expensive, so I don't expect people to spend thousands and thousands of dollars for their layout, not in a year anyway. So, oh, that's what we could do for the last few minutes. Right, the rock crawler. Let me go grab it. No, okay. So this is a little rock crawler. Now it's actually fully charged, so it's actually holding. Oh, I hit my train. Shoot. I know it's technically off scale. It's too big for this scale, but I still enjoy it a lot. Good night, Mr. Shades. I just thought it was a different idea to have a rock crawler track on top of the mountain for this little truck. I only have this one, but there are more available out there. So if I have a friend who wants to come over and run his, like buy one and run his, it will absolutely be an open invite. But it will be at the owner's risk if he or she falls off the table and breaks something, I am not responsible. And we can even do wheelies with it. Wait. Wait. Why isn't it wheeling? It was earlier, and I know it can. There you go. What if they break my stuff? Well, see, that only is a thing if you okay, the battery and the remote's dead now. But yeah, breaking my stuff will only affect me if I run the nice stuff. I don't have to run my trains if they do that. See, I have locomotives that are not worth a lot. Those would be the locomotives that would get the that would be on the track if they hit something. But again, I'm not really worried about the stuff falling on the layout. I'm more worried about stuff falling off the layout, and my track, while there's some spot that gets close to the table, it's not where the rock crawlers would be. So I'm not too worried about that. My plan. So Kevin Corner, my plans are for a 4x8 modular layout with 4 2x4 modules, as 4x8 would never get into my apartment. That makes a lot of sense. So yeah, it is technically a monster truck, Raven. And you know what we can do with a monster truck? We can turn it off and put it on a flat car so that it runs around the layout. That's something we can do. So what if we stop the train here, uncouple this, move it forward, grab a flat car of mine, which I have one for sure, maybe more. I'll just use the one I know. Put it on track. It is too wide. The wheels are sticking out on both sides. I'll show it on camera, but I don't think it'll fit anywhere. Well, not in the tunnel. See how wide the wheels are? They're sticking out on both sides. I'll go see if it fits through the crack, but I'm worried it's gonna hit stuff. Actually, it might fit. It might just fit. If it doesn't hit the other cars on the that's beside it. Will it fit? It's here. Well, to my own surprise, I knew I had a lot of space to each side, but this is wider than I expected. I was right. It's wider than it looks, because this fits and there's still space on each side. So that's great. So let's read back of the chat. So the RC truck is full, but the batteries and the controllers are low. It's definitely low, and I don't have any spare here, unfortunately. So I understand everyone's concerned about people breaking my locos. I would not run the fancy locos with them running on the layout. So it's that simple. They wouldn't get any. I wouldn't risk any of my fancy equipment, not just locos, rolling stock in general. As an HO scale shelf layout in a bookcase. Yeah, if you're not doing continuous running, you can get pretty tight for both scale and HO scale. I'm getting ready to build a that's Greg. I'm getting ready to build a 12 by 5 foot table in my basement for HO, keeping it simple as I want to learn more. I've got a 8 by 4 on sawhorses right now. There's always ways to make it work, so that's always great. My staples are 18-inch wide by 6 foot and connected to each other. Yeah, that's a great example. Darren from Canadian Locomotive Logistics has built a permanent modular layout, so the bracing is attached to the room, but the modules are removable, and they're all standardized to his size, and they all work great together, so that's always nice. Greg, Rouser of Ravels. I've got what is basically a ping pong table 5 by 9 feet. Yeah, that's a very common one. And the extra foot over the 4 by 8, the 5 by 9 allows for much wider curves and much nicer looking. You can do still 24-inch radius and have a 9-inch piece of straight in the middle, and still have space on each side so it's not falling off the table if it falls off. So, hey, speaking of Jim, he's here. Hi, Jim. I was going to do a much bigger dog bone, but realized it was biting well. Yeah, so I'm feeling still slightly overwhelmed with my layout. It's not even as big, and the only reason I've been okay is because I'm really doing it by section. But I not fully rush, but I did work quicker on certain areas to at least have a loop running, because once my trains my tracks laid, I'm a lot more relaxed, and it's much easier for me to set everything and like work one area at a time. But if I can't run any trains, it feels overwhelming and like it's never gonna end. So that's where I'm having problem. Tunnel adjustments, yeah. Fortunately, I don't need to. Requires HO scale dynamite. Do you guys remember those toys that were like explosives for toys that were just stuff flying off? We could use that. It fits in your crack, yeah. You know what? Because you say that, Jim, this is gonna be Jim's crack. That's it. You got your name on my layout. It's Jim's crack. Actually, Jim's gorge. Yep, that's gonna be Jim's gorge. So, that's what you get for coming in late and saying such a thing. I am using some old track that I have on hand. I cost new track, and it's $250 for just what I want to do. If you have old track and you don't mind cleaning it, it's going to be perfectly fine. I don't know how far you are from Dave, but he did have some old brass track that he was willing to give away in one of his videos, so maybe check with him when he's back from his trip. It might be worth checking out. I'm sorry, the chat keeps jumping when I'm looking through stuff. My current layout is 3 nested N-scale elongated ovals surrounded by 2 HO elongated ovals. No turnouts other than directional track pieces. See, everyone's happy with different things. I see how that's very fun, August, but I enjoy the turnouts and being able to change letting the train change its track by itself. So that's something I find enjoyable. So that's why I have a lot of turnouts on my layout. Although the folding tables are a bust though, very uneven table placed somewhere, even though they're all new. So I don't know if you saw DIY and Digital's channel. He released an HO scale layout that he did, And his way to prevent that from happening, because he did use folding tables, was window locks. That's what he used to lock pieces together flush. So maybe look into that. Got a nice basement that I could accommodate a bigger layout, and I have the money for. I mean, Rouser, there's nothing that prevents you to build your layout with the idea of expansion, right? Just leave 2 turnouts that lead to somewhere else, to nowhere right now, like to the edge of the table. If you end up finishing your area and you want to expand, you'll already have the track in place. And if you don't, well, you can see these tracks as if they were old and abandoned, you know, or use them as track for industries. I still have a lot of 18-inch radius. Well, that's a common thing for everyone, I think. We all do, and we rarely use it. I have some used, but very little. I haven't heard from Corky in a little while. I've seen track packages for sale at my layout, just 1200. Yeah. Let's see what fits in your crack. Well, so far a monster truck and a train. Oh, I want some. That's what fits in your crack so far. Your gorge. You have a your gorge fits a train and a monster truck. I'm going to overlay the table with 24-inch by 48-inch 3/4-inch plywood, planning on using window locks while applying them with pins. I mean, that seems like a very solid plan. I find plywood very expensive, and 1/2-inch plywood has been more than thick enough for me for what I'm doing. You can always make the what I use is 1x4s that I cut to make a frame underneath, and it makes that more than plenty rigid. Half of my layout is built on 1/4-inch plywood, and it's more than solid. You just need if you have 1x4 for bracing underneath, you don't even need more than 1/4-inch, and you'll save a bunch of money. So that would be my my suggestion. Alright, so this is going great, and unfortunately we're not able to run the little the monster truck for longer, simply because of the battery in the controller not having any spare. What I want to do for the last few minutes, because I'm going to end the stream soon, is take off the Blue Devil and take out the put back on track my rotary snowplow to finish it off. I think it's a very cool piece of railroads, model railroading, and I just want to enjoy it more. Sorry if you guys didn't want to see it anymore, but I really like it. So I'm gonna take off the rolling stock from the whole Blue Devil, put the rotary snowplow on, and we'll enjoy that for the last few minutes. Alright, let's put it on DCC mode. Actually, I'm not going to send power yet. I want to put it on track before sending power to avoid any shorts. Alright. DCC mode. Hi, Daz. Let's put it in reverse. Go grab the rotary snowplow and push it through the mountain for the last few minutes. When are you getting some NS units? Oh boy. Whenever you give me some, Darren. I like the paint scheme, but I've got too many trains on my mind that I want before NS to buy some in HO scale anyways. Maybe one in N scale if I find a good deal, but I don't see myself buying any anytime soon. I'm less of a collector in terms of railroads and more of a collector in terms of specific models. I was mentioning earlier, I really want a nice Canadian steam engine with DCC and sound. I want a more modern CP rail diesel. I need to finish the track, that's for sure. I need a lot of DCC conversions. So, oh, good night, Jack. It was nice having you here. So those are for sure. The layout itself has priority, and for trains, other than the steam engine, and a more modern diesel for CP rail, I don't have a lot. I just don't have rolling stock as a priority right now. So that would be where I'm situated. So it's 22:17. We will end the stream at 22:20. It'll be a 5-hour stream. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6-hour stream. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm sorry I'm cutting this short for the people who just came in. I'm getting tired and I have a few things to do at home before the end of the day, and I have to work tomorrow. So I hope you enjoyed the stream. Leave a like. Feel free to comment on my stuff. And I hope you have a great week. See you on the next live stream next Wednesday. Next Monday. Why am I saying Wednesday? Next Monday. So good night, everyone. And we'll leave the train running until 10:20. Locked again.